Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all on the third day of International Conference on Psychology, Counseling, Guidance, Therapy, Interventions, Education, Environment, Health, Well-being, and Sustainable Development 2024, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 76 years of independence, and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing. Also commemorating 17th Annual Psychology Day at United Nations and also APA Psychology Week. So before we start today's proceedings, we request everyone to keep sharing your details as shown in the screen. After today's commemoration, we'll be inviting you for the presentations. So let's start today's session by seeking the blessings from Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's commemorations. And after commemorations, we'll be inviting you for the presentation. So in the meanwhile, we request all the presenters to share their details in the chat box. Irrespective of your scheduled time or dates, you can, whoever is available in the conference, can share their details. And everyone try to utilize the opportunity and do not wait till last date for your presentations. So today we will move on to our commemorations till today. Today, we are commemorating English Language Day at the United Nations. So, English Language Day is celebrated at the United Nations on 23rd of April. The date traditionally observed as both the birthday and the date of death of William Shakespeare, as well as being the English language's most famous playwright. Shakespeare had a significant impact on modern day English. Shakespeare's creativity with language meant he contributed hundreds of new words and phrases. Gossip, fashionable, and lonely were all first used by Shakespeare. He also invented phrases like break the ice, faint hearted, and love is blind. English is one of the languages of international and for some national communication. People from different countries and cultures are increasingly able to communicate with each other in English, even if it's not their first language or native language. This makes it an essential tool for global competition, cooperation, as well as diplomacy. At the United Nations, English is one of the two working languages along with French. So, English Language Day is the result of an initiative in 2010 by the United Nations Department of Global Communications, establishing Language Day for each of the organization's 6 official languages. The purpose of the UN Language Days is to celebrate multilingualism and cultural diversity and to promote equal use of all 6 official languages throughout the organization. So, under the initiative, UN duty stations around the world celebrate 6 separate days, each dedicated to one of the organization's 6 official languages, with the goal of increasing awareness and respect for the history, culture, and achievements of each of these 6 working languages. Among the UN community, language days and UN aim to entertain as well as to inform. So the 6 official languages of UN is 20th March, which is French Language Day, 20th April, Chinese Language Day, 23rd April, that is today, English Language Day, and as well as Spanish Language Day, 6th June, Russian Language Day, 18th December, Arabic Language Day. So, an essential factor in harmonious communication among people, multilingualism is of particular importance to the United Nations. By promoting tolerance, multilingualism ensures effective and increased participation of all in the organization's work, as well as greater effectiveness, better outcomes, and more involvement. The balance among the 6 official languages have been an ongoing concern of the Secretary General. From 1946 to the present, numerous activities have been undertaken to promote the use of official languages and to ensure that the United Nations, its goals and actions are understood by the widest possible public. In its resolution of 6 December 1999, wide 54/64, the General Assembly invited the appointment of a senior secretariat official to serve as coordinator of questions relating to multilingualism. So this is a wonderful opportunity for the language specialist and also for linguists. UN language staff come from all over the globe and make up a unique, diverse, multilingual community. What unites them is the pursuit of excellence in their respective areas. The excitement of being at the forefront of international affairs and the desire to contribute to the realization of the purpose of the United Nations as outlined in the Charter. By facilitating communication and decision making, they include production, editions, editors, interpreters, translators, verbatim reporters, editorial and desktop publishing assistants, and language reference assistants. So given the key role that language plays in shaping cultural and social attitudes, using gender-inclusive language is a powerful way to promote gender equality and eradicate gender bias. Being inclusive from a gender language perspective means speaking and writing in a way that does not discriminate against particular sex, social gender, and gender identity, and does not perpetuate gender stereotypes. These guidelines include recommendations and materials created to help United Nations staff use gender-inclusive language in any type of communication, whether it may be oral or written, formal or informal, and are a useful starting point for anyone. And today is also the birthday and death day of already mentioned Bard of Heaven, William Shakespeare. And UN English Language Day is celebrated not only to promote the language, but also to recognize the life and works of William Shakespeare. The history of English language began with the invasion of Britain by three Germanic tribes, the Angles, the Saxon, and the Jutes. During the 5th century AD, these Germanic tribes migrated from today's Denmark and northern Germany, crossing the North Sea and pushing the original inhabitants, Celtic-speaking people, out of Britain. The native Britons resettled in today's Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. The Angles originated from England, land of the angels, and they spoke English. So not English, English. So it's from these words that England and English were derived. The Germanic tribes spoke similar languages which evolved into Old English. This language is different from the present English or the current English used today. And even native English speakers would find it difficult to understand. So while Old English is absolute, it is the basis for modern English, and commonly used words like be, strong, and watcher are derived from it. In 1066, William the Conqueror, the Duke of Normandy, invaded and conquered England. As a result, the language of Normans, a variety of French, became the language of the royal court and business, and English, the language of lower class. However, despite status changes, English continued to grow, incorporating Latin and French words. In the 14th and 15th centuries, the people of the Britain Isles put an end to the French rule and the English language regained its royal and business status. It was also a period of development in literature and culture of the language. Individuals like William Shakespeare were crucial players in the development. Shakespeare added over 1,700 words to the English vocabulary through his books and plays, including Compromise, Deafening, Cold-Blooded, Blushing Catcher, and Barefaced. So from the 1600s, the English language underwent a series of evolution and development due to international trade, the printing press, and the classical learning. The English colonization of North America further boosted the growth and popularity of the language. To this day, the language is growing and expanding, incorporating words from various English-speaking countries and newly invented words for business and technology. So the prominent types of English spoken widely across the world are British English and American English. However, there are other variants, including Australian English, South African English, Singaporean English, and so on. So although it is most spoken in the language in the United States, there is no law stating that English is the official country's language. Like in India, Hindi is not official language. Though it is, Hindi is official language, but not a national language. So similarly, it has different accents, like there are at least 10 different accents of American English spoken across the United States, but the Central American is one used in mass media. Even in US, we can see a lot of variations and different accents. The majority of states in US derived their names from the Native American tribes who once inhabited them. And it's older than British English, as the American English originated from the version of English that employed rhotic speech, which is older than soft R sound currently used by the British. The author of American English Dictionary, Noah Webster, spelled the English words differently from the British words to show America's independence from British. Now, English has become an essential to international business, and it is the language mostly used in economic powerhouses such as US, UK, Canada. English is essential to any business that wants to be a truly global. English also helps individuals access job opportunities outside their country. It is the medium of global communication. As English is language spoken by over 1 billion people across more than 118 countries, that is 1 in 5 people on the planet speaks English. It is also language used on the internet and most media organizations, including major news stations and movie industries. Having English skills can enable you to communicate with the people of different nationalities, learn about their cultures, and gain access to the information. Before being translated to other languages, most scientific papers, textbooks, and novels were first written in English. Even most universities across the world request evidence of strong English skills as a requirement for admission. But at the same time, we should not neglect our native and mother tongue languages, because the fullest potential of a person, of an individual, cannot be reached without native languages or mother tongue languages. So English language may be native for some, but is an alien language or foreign language for many. And it is also equally important to protect, promote, and also use our native languages and mother tongue languages. So today is also commemorated as Spanish Language Day at the United Nations, which is one of the 6 official languages of the United Nations. So on April 23rd, the Spanish Language Day is celebrated at United Nations to raise awareness among the staff of the organization and also the world at large about the history, culture, and use of Spanish as an official language. The selection of the day attend to the anniversary of the death of the great genius of Spanish lyrics, Miguel de Cervantes. Incidentally, the date of his death coincides with that of the most prestigious English playwright, William Shakespeare's. Hence, both language days share the same day. So, growing interest of Spanish speakers in the United States, the United Nations has always sought creative ways to promote official languages in all areas of its work, including Spanish. The Secretariat uses formal and informal means to reach both the world and its staff, from interpretation and translation services to language and communication programs for its employees or multilingual external communication services for web, news, and social networks. In case of Spanish, another extraordinary tool is also available, the Group of Friends of Spanish, a team founded in 2013 by the 20 Spanish-speaking members, states to coordinate, carry out activities and aimed in promoting the use and dissemination of Spanish in the world in the work of UN. This group was created by the growing interest of the Spanish-speaking people in the United Nations mission, which has been impacting the organizations and its activities through greater and sustained consultations, interaction, and demands of the Spanish-speaking public around the globe. Multilingualism, or how to get to the heart. Nelson Mandela said that if you speak to a man in a language he understands, the message comes to his head. If you speak to him in his tongue, it reaches the heart. So that's why communication in native languages is always highly recommended, as it is close to your heart or one's heart. This premise has been present at the United Nations since its founding, especially in the view of spirit of peace, reconciliation, and understanding after a period of war. In this way, the organization bet on multilingualism in the recognition of Arabic, Chinese, Spanish, English, French, and Russian as official languages, while English and French would be the working languages of the United Nations Secretariat, a factor that persists today. So, years later in 1999, the General Assembly understood that a coordinator for multilingualism issues were needed in the Secretariat in order to harmonize the measures taken up and propose strategies to promote the use of several languages. To expand organizations' ideals. Since 2003, the role has been responsibility of the Deputy Secretary General of the Department of Global Communications, which aims to promote gender knowledge and undertaking of the work of the United Nations and the new multimedia platforms, television, radio, print, press, video conferencing, web, and partnership with interested groups. In 2010, the organization took another step towards its multilingual commitment and decided to celebrate its cultural diversity through the establishment in the Days of Language for its 6 official languages. The dates were chosen for their symbolism or historical importance for each of these languages. A year later, in 2011, the United Nations advocated multilingualism as a means of promoting, protecting, and preserving the diversity of languages and cultures around the world, which is a term involved the promotion of respect for cultural diversity, intercultural dialogue, and wider and more effective participation of all within the organization. United Nations hiring various types of linguistic professionals such as translators, interpreters, editors, verbatim reporters, and production editors, even in Spanish language and various other official languages. The Spanish language is a part of Indo-European language stream and takes its origin from Latin. Understanding the formation of the language is quite simple. Consider Romance as a root language from which Western and Eastern Romance languages emerge. From Western Romance derived Iberian, which further split into Castilian and Portuguese and Spanish. Tracing the history of this language after the fall of Roman Empire, every state began developing its dialect and script. Spanish language in its infancy is described as a mixture of crude Latin and local languages with three different stages of development. The first stage is considered during the fall of Western Roman Empire in the 5th century and the emergence of individual kingdoms in Iberia. The second stage was during and after the Moorish conquest of Iberia, in which Arab, Berber invaders from North Africa ruled the peninsula in the 9th century. During this time, Arabic had a great influence on not only the language, but also on the Iberian culture. All during this time, the language continued to evolve, but still did not gain the status of being acknowledged as an actual Spanish language. The third stage of the language evolution was when the Kingdom of Castile was established in the 13th century. The overthrowing of the Berbers in the land saw the local Iberians starting to restore the post-Latin roots of the language, hence giving it a proper new script and dialect, which ultimately evolved into Spanish. The Spanish conquest in the Americas and the following emergence of the Spanish Empire was the determining factor behind Spanish gaining an international language status. After the formation of the United Nations, Spanish was among the 6 languages chosen to be official languages. Cervantes' Don Quixote is considered the most emblematic work in the canon of Spanish literature. No one can learn a language in a day. However, you can try experimenting, learning different languages like English, Spanish, and many other languages. And you may continue to do so beyond the day. Learn the history of language, how it developed over time, including your native languages and foreign languages. Discover how it became an internationally spoken language, or how it remained still local language or a national language. A number of streaming sites host good quality movies in all languages, like Spanish movies, English movies, TV shows, music in different languages. It's not a problem if you don't understand the language. just turn on the subtitles and try to comprehend the flow in Spanish or English or any other language and the similarity it may have with your language. So Spanish, as already mentioned, is derived from the Latin and Romance languages and is sometimes called a vulgar form of Latin. Spanish is second most spoken language in the world, around 560 million speak it. Spanish is spoken in at least 44 countries and is the most spoken language in the Western Hemisphere after English. Mexico is the largest Spanish-speaking country in the world. According to the sources, there are around 4,000 words in Spanish with Arabic roots. Spanish is considered by many to be one of the most romantic languages. The vocabulary is diverse and has been used to express feelings of love and passion in many pieces of literature. Most people try to learn Spanish than any other language after English. Today is also commemorated as World Book and Copyright Day. Which is celebrated every year on 23rd April, all over the world to recognize the scope of books, a link between the past and the future, and bridge between organizations, generations, and across cultures. On this occasion, UNESCO and the international organizations representing the three major sections of the book industry, publishers, booksellers, and libraries, select the World Book Capital for a year to maintain through its initiatives the impetus of day celebrations. 23rd is the symbolic date in world literature. It is the date on which several prominent authors like William Shakespeare, Miguel de Cervantes, Inca Garcilaso de Lega all died in the West. The date was a natural choice of UNESCO General's Conference held in Paris in 1995 to pay a worldwide tribute to the books and authors on this date, encouraging everyone to access books. By campaigning books and copyright, UNESCO stands up for creativity, diversity, and equal access to knowledge with work across the board, from the Creative Cities of Literature Network to promoting literacy and mobile learning and advancing open access to scientific knowledge and educational resources. With the active involvement of all stakeholders, authors, publishers, teachers, librarians, public and private institutions, humanitarian, NGOs, and the mass media, and those who feel motivated to work together in this world celebration of books and authors, World Book and Copyright Day has become a platform to rally together millions of peoples all around the world. Books in all the forms allow us to learn, to keep ourselves informed. They also entertain us and help us to understand the world while offering a window into otherness. For books to be able to unleash their full potential, it is essential that they reflect the linguistic diversity of our world. This is why, as part of International Decade of Indigenous Languages, launched in 2022, UNESCO is supporting the publication of books in both indigenous and regional languages. This day was originally invented by Vincent Clavel Andres to honor Michael de Cervantes, a notable Spanish author. Although this World Book and Copyright Day was officially inaugurated in 1995, its inception is traceable to the Spanish writer Vicente Clavel Andres, who conceived the idea in 1922. He developed the day to pay tribute to the noble author Miguel de Cervantes because Cervantes was born on October 7th. World Book Day was celebrated for the first time on October 7, 1926. However, in 1930, King Alfonso XIII of Spain changed the date to April 23rd, which is Cervantes' death day. In Catalonia, Spain, this day enjoyed great popularity, especially because April 23rd is also the feast day of Saint Jordi, or DRD Saint Jordi, the patron saint of Catalonia. On the Saint Jordi's Day, gifts are given, and ever since the Barcelona Book Fair of 1931, typical gifts include books and roses. Coincidentally, April 23rd also marks the death anniversary of authors like William Shakespeare and Inca Garcilaso de la Vega. These factors also played a major role in UNESCO selecting April 23rd to celebrate its own World Book and Copyright Day in 1995. So the purpose of this day is to encourage and promote reading and publishing, as well as the advance of protection of intellectual property through copyright. According to the UNESCO's website, it's a time to celebrate the importance of reading, foster children's growth as readers, and promote a lifelong love of literature and integration in the world of work. Through reading and the celebration of World Book and Copyright Day, 23rd April, we can open ourselves to the others despite the distance, and we can travel thanks to the imagination. So buy a book, start a reading challenge, or donate a book on this occasion to promote reading habits. Studies have shown that people who read fiction have the heightened ability to empathize with others. Children who read more books have larger vocabularies than those who don't. According to the National Institute on Aging, reading books and magazines helps to prevent cognitive decline. Reading before you sleep night help you to fall asleep more easily. Reading has been proven to help alleviate symptoms of depression. It promotes cultural reading culture, as we are encouraged to turn reading into hobby and favorite pastime. And without books, everyone would have limited knowledge about the world. Books facilitates the spread of information and ideas. We can go on from amateurs on a subject to becoming experts, all by taking the time to read. And this day, World Book and Copyright Day, also creates awareness about the intellectual property of authors. We are reminded to get our books legally without infringing on the copyrights of authors. And today is also commemorated as World Book Day and World Book Night. Children who regularly read for enjoyment have higher test scores, develop a broader vocabulary, increase general knowledge, and a better understanding of other cultures than their non-reading counterparts. Whether you read traditional paper-bound books or turn into Kindle, iPad, whatever, reading's passport to this and many other worlds. Support children with such good habits and make sure they gather the right information from what they read online. So celebrate with us on April 23rd. Here's how to harness the inner bookworm and maybe to get a free book The enjoyment of reading books is celebrated on April 23rd. Every year, it's a day to celebrate the privilege of being able to read. So head to the library or curl up on the couch and just be a bookworm. As reading is a stellar form of entertainment and it requires that you use your imagination rather than simply watching visuals on the screen. There is also something so therapeutic about the actual feel of a book with its scent of printed pages and glossy covers. Books are a valuable aspect of society, but this wasn't always the case. When vocabulary and writing were developed thousands of years ago, the clay tablets were used. And this evolved into parchment and papyrus. The first form of book was achieved by China in the West in the 3rd century. Although their books consisted of thick pages made out of bamboo that were stitched together, by the mid 15th century, the printing press revolutionized books to become what they are today and made them readily accessible for everyone. Thanks to this ingenious invention, we are able to enjoy the prose and poetry of countless authors, poets from Shakespeare to Tolstoy to George R.R. Martin. So, World Book Day was established by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organizations on April 23, 1995. Prior to this, there were several ideas on when World Book Day should be celebrated. Today is also commemorated as World Book Night. Studies also have shown that adults who regularly read fiction are more likely to engage in charity and volunteer work. However, people do not often read books as they used in the past. In the World Book Night aims to change all that. Reading is for everyone from children to older adults who need to care and glasses to read. World Book Night has been around for a while and it aims to change the way adults view reading by encouraging them to read at night and giving them another option to take time to read, as generally they are working or they are busy with other courses of life in the daytime. It also aims to help others too by donating or giving away free books. It is also an annual celebration of books and reading that brings people from all backgrounds together for one reason, well, maybe two reasons: reading and sharing the joy of reading. It was founded in 2011 in the United Kingdom and Ireland by Jamie Bing, MD of Connaught. It was originally celebrated in the March, but a year later, it was moved to April to coincide UNESCO's International Day of the Book. Today is also commemorated as World Laboratory Day. As we have seen yesterday, the world has become a laboratory. We do a lot of experiments. And break out the beakers and other scientific science-wise stuff to celebrate the World Laboratory Day, which is observed to celebrate labs in their glorious forms, from industrial labs to government and military-led labs to one inside educational institutions and even spacecraft. Even language also, we have language labs, linguistic labs, and so on. So World Laboratory Day highlights how these controlled spaces have been benefited mankind since time immemorial, that the fact that the lab workers, researchers, and many others are also honored on this day, making this event special. The Latin root of laboratory, laboratorium, meaning exertion, effort, or work, that has been since medieval times, but only related to actual work or tasks. It only took a version of this meaning, as we all knew it in the late 16th century, gradually referring to the specialized workshops of alchemists and apothecaries in the next century. The 19th century ushered in a new era of study. Fields of science, like chemistry, physics, biology, began to recognize the need for research and labs. Researching, which was once primarily solo endeavor, was now increasingly done in teams. In this period, specialized architecture was also being designed to house such centers of learning and research. The laboratory was now being transformed into a central institution for various educational pursuits. With the Second World War, research has now become a major focus across countries. The Second World War pushed science and research to new heights across the world, which increased the scope of laboratories like never before. New equipment, methods, and devices were designed. Many countries like Germany, Switzerland, China, and the US developed large-scale research laboratories responsible for changing the world, and some of these are still standing today. While the origin of this day are yet a mystery, its purpose is crystal clear. The purpose is crystal clear. Honor these great spaces of knowledge and innovation and the people who work with it. Germany's Fraunhofer Society operates all across the country and is renowned for its work with the MP3 format and the popular MPEG-4 format, 69 institutes into one institute. Laboratories are scientific wonders. Wacky ideas, creative concepts, and far-fetched theories were first tested inside labs. If they didn't have labs to experiment and conduct research, we probably wouldn't have vaccinations, penicillin, or clean drinking water. Products from labs have helped the world, like telephone, the first medicine, food dyes, computers, every invention that profoundly affected the world and how people lived in it has come from some type of laboratory. Apart from products, laboratories working on various new scientific theories and concepts encourage people to think differently. The results from these lab experiments stretch the imagination and push people to accept brand new possibilities, to bringing of us closer to breakthrough across various disciplines. Today is also commemorated as World Table Tennis Day, which is more than just a game of skill. It can be a medium for society change. It draws people together and gives them a peaceful, fun, common goal. It is a healthy way to spend leisure time and helps to bring people together, making it a gateway to social inclusion. This sport can be enjoyed by all ages, allowing people of diverse backgrounds, genders, and skills to enjoy it together. It is also known as ping pong. Although it is fun, This is also an Olympic sport where riveting matches are played. Table tennis was initially a parlor game. There were several claims that officers in the British military learned to play this game during their time in India and brought it back home. This early version was played with a golf ball. Books were used as rackets and also lined up to form the net. The term ping pong gained popularity through the business enterprises, and J. Jacques and Son Limited was trademarked in 1901. So that year would prove to be a pivotal one in the game's history. A British table tennis enthusiast, James W. Gibb, identified the better suited celluloid balls during his 1901 trip to the United States. E.C. Goody would go on to invent the modern racket in the same year. Numerous tournaments were held before an official global championship was held in 1900. Despite there being both a ping pong association and a table tennis association, a separate body, the Table Tennis Association, was established in 1926. The International Table Tennis Federation, ITTF, was founded in the same year and is currently the game's highest governing body. London played host to inaugurate World Championship in 1926. The United States Table Tennis Association, now known as the ITTF, is committed to ensuring that table tennis is played every corner of the globe. The Federation has since established ITTF development to make a game available to the public. The ITTF declared World Table Tennis Day in 2015 to the people's interest to this competitive sport, and it has been honoring the holiday ever since. As part of its advocacy efforts, the ITTF has created a table tennis for all software. This innovation is aimed at making game much more inclusive and popular. The term AI represents inclusion regardless of age, gender, social status, tradition, and physical ability. It is a fun exercise, meeting new people to promote the game, all are part of the game. In the meanwhile, we request all the presenters to share their details in the chat box. After these commemorations, we'll be inviting. Today is also commemorated as World or International Pixel Stained Technopism Day. Every year on April 23rd, which was declared by author Joe Walton in response to the remarks made by Howard Hendricks, where he stated that he was opposed to the increasing presence in our organization of web scabs who post their creations on the net for free. The day, according to Walton, is to encourage writers to post professional quality work on the internet for free. The day celebrates all the writers and allows them the freedom of showcase their work to the public, not just to entertain or educate, but to build the profession and keep profession on display so that it can be appreciated properly. So International Pixel State Technopism Day began in response to derogatory comments made by Howard V. Hendricks, as he believed professional writers should never give their work away for free. He called anyone who did so a web scab and defined a web scab as a pixel state technopeasant wretch. His comments caused a stir within the science fiction and fantasy writers of America, society of which Hendricks was a member and to whom his comments were directed. Joe Walton, a member of the society, conjured up a good response, getting as many as web scabs as possible to keep doing what they love to do, which was post professional grade writing online for free. It led to the birth of International Pixel Stain Technopism Day on April 23rd, 2007. The objectives were clear. Any type of writing, poems, short stories, novels, both original and also previously published, could be submitted, making lots of professional writing available. Online, the goal for them this week is also commemorated as International Wildlife Film Festival Week. These all are related to, our environment, sustainable development, and also different ways how, these films also play a role in our health and well-being as a mode of entertainment, education, humor. The mission of this festival is to promote awareness, understanding, and knowledge of wildlife, habitat, people, and nature through excellence in film. The long standing festival encourages wildlife filmmakers and challenges expectations about how we conserve wildlife and habitat, taking into the account the several climate change problems and their irreversible consequences. This festival is highly important. It raises awareness about how essential it is to take care of our planet and ensure the survival of different species that live in it. IWFF has a collaborative spirit and offers opportunities for many national conservation partners to be included in the post-film screening discussions. And through Montana, the festival continues to offer the international audience a chance to watch the films owing to the success of virtual programs in 2020 and 2021. So IWFF and the Roxy Theatre has a special relationship. The theatre was founded in 1977 at the University of Montana. The festival is the first and largest running ever of its kind. Chuck Jonkel, the Therese's father, So the content, especially they must have a central focus on non-domesticated wildlife species, natural habitats or conservation are the kind of films eligible for this festival. And you can watch Our Planet on Netflix to get more info on our nature. The jury prioritized ethical decision making during production, scientific accuracy, and demonstrated efforts towards the betterment of our natural world. Wildlife films allows us to see beyond human beings and nature, relieve stress. Research shows that just observing nature and animals can reduce tension and promote a feeling of well-being. Wildlife films offer that. And these films also raise awareness about the importance of taking care of the planet, and it's our earthly home. Today is also commemorated as International Creator Day, which is a global initiative that celebrates the significant contribution that social media content creators have made the lives of people around the world. With over half the world's population using social media and content being uploaded every second for a waiting audience, 500 hours of content are uploaded to the YouTube every minute alone. Today it is an important day to recognize the people who make all of that possible, the creators. So Content Creation Day takes many forms, and with the growth in the monetized digital content creation has evolved over the last few centuries. However, the end goal is to generate interest in a product with the intention to sell remains the content creators play the important role in establishing online digital communities. Content needs to be appropriate, relevant, and have specific outcomes to qualify an audience maximize potential. If you are a content creator using YouTube, for every 1 million views your video receives, you can potentially generate between $2,000 to $3,000 of revenue. Ryan Kaji, an 11-year-old, is reportedly the highest paid YouTube star from 2019 to 2020. In 2022, Instagram has the highest number of followers on its account, with more than just 493 million followers, followed by Cristiano Ronaldo, who has 426 million. 58.7 of the world's population make use of social media using one or more platforms daily. There is no limit on the amount of content of a user can upload to Instagram daily, and the platform reports around 95 million uploads every 24 hours. It celebrates an important evolution in human history. Content creators, through although rather recent and playing an essential part in the development of fourth industrial revolution, the expansion of possibilities within the digital spaces is an essential factor in the advancement of human society. It's great to celebrate and appreciate what people are doing globally. What makes the day so much more enjoyable is just how simple. And finally, National Immunization Awareness Week, which takes place in Canada. This is one of the important aspects of medical science. Just a second. So with this, we shall end today's commemorations, which were already scheduled. So now we will move on to today's presentations. So whoever is willing to present, kindly share your details in the chat box, and we will be taking as per the messages order in the chat box on first come, first serve basis. If you have already shared, wait for your turn. If you have not shared, you can share it in the chat box. Now we will move on to chat box and see, take up the presentations one by one, and kindly wait for your turn. Do not leave. See, this is the problem we are facing when we are scheduling it on website and presenters are not attending. And again, after sharing in the chat box, we are calling you and you are not presenting. That doesn't look good. So stay online till your presentation gets completed. And immediately, once you join, you know the instructions, right? It has been already communicated on the website and as well as in the registration form. So you know what to do. Daily, once you join, you have to immediately share the details in the chat box. So we'll move on now to chat box and see the presentations list. So first presenter. And today we also have shared the psychology quiz link. So you can fill up the psychology quiz link. The quiz will be open for the entire month of April. So from today, that is till 30th of April, even after that also you can fill. So you can continue filling it up and completing them and submitting them. Certificates will be issued all at once after the conference. Along with these certificates, we will issue those certificates also. You will get an additional quiz certificate. For quiz, there is no formality. You just need to fill the form with the basic details for the quiz, and you have to complete the quiz and submit it. Automatically, the certificates will be generated after the conference. Only for presentation and participation, you need to fill two forms, that is registration and feedback. For quiz, there is no need to fill feedback, but even if you would like to give feedback on quiz, you can use the feedback form of the conference to give feedback on the quiz also. So we'll move on to the chat box to see and invite. So the format is available on the screen. So use the same format. So mental health by Irshad KK. Are you there? You can raise your hand. Irshad KK, can you raise your hand? See, kindly respond. Don't again respond because we are somewhere in the top in the list and again we have to go to the bottom of the list. So use raise hand feature. Otherwise, it will waste our time by scrolling up and down. Okay. And also one request to all the presenters, we'll be giving you co-host permissions. Kindly do not close any forms which is accepting entries from the participants and presenters. Do not close it. Once it is closed, the other participants cannot fill the form who are joining even late, even now or after some time. So we request everyone to fill the registration form immediately as when they join in the Zoom platform, not that Google registration form. Google registration form has to be filled only once for each presentation, and for participation only once for the entire week. So no need to fill Google registration form daily, only the Zoom registration form and feedback form in Zoom has to be filled daily for that day's certificate. So kindly ensure that everyone is filling it up, and do not close that form. Whoever has been given co-host permissions, do not close that form. If you close that form, you will be removed and banned from the platform. So kindly be cautious. Make sure what you are doing. Only unmute yourself, start your video, and share your PPT. Introduce yourself with proper gratitude and acknowledgement, and end it with proper gratitude. And after that, you can stop your video and mute yourself. So we have our first speaker, Irshad. Now you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. You can unmute yourself.
Hello. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. You can share your PPT as well.
Is the PPT visible, sir?
Not yet, ma'am. Kindly keep your PPTs open so that you can quickly present. You have to share your PPT, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I'm trying.
Now it's showing.
Sir, is it visible?
Not yet, ma'am. Now you can.
Okay. My topic is mental health challenges of homosexual men in Kerala in their coming out journey. That I'm. My paper is.
Your video is not visible, ma'am. You enable your video. We observe that many are presenting from your mobile device. Ensure that your video should be switched on. Before joining the conference itself, you can try it with your friend or colleague's device and check the settings and enable them. Yesterday also we have informed you. Verify the setting.
Sir, is that visible now?
No, ma, still same problem.
Sir, can I present without the video?
You need the video also. Okay, go to your title slide.
Okay.
Okay, now but I am informing all the presenters who are going to present next. Kindly, in the meanwhile, you try with some other device logging in and check. You might be having one more mobile with your friend, family member. Just install Zoom on in that device also and check whether you are able to switch on the video while you are presenting so that there is no difficulty. Okay, ma, you can continue now. After that, you switch on your video and so that we can take screenshot.
Okay, sir. So my topic is mental health challenges of homosexual men in Kerala in their coming out journey. We know homosexuality has appeared different forms over so many years, ranging from abnormality, criminality, immortality, sickness, and finally to a natural sexual orientation. Homosexuality can be admitted, condemned, accepted, or rejected depending on the society setup, outlook, and the culture in which occurs. The shift in the understanding of homosexuality from sin, crime, and pathology to a normal variant of human sexuality occurred in the late 19th century, including the American Psychiatric Association in 1973, WHO in 1992 officially accepted its normal variant status. But we all know that LGBTQ individuals are often stigmatized and discriminated from the society and their families. This population is expected to experience poor mental health outcomes compared to the heterosexual and cisgendered people. So when it comes to the situation of Kerala is a state with 100% literacy rate. But in the case of homosexuality and LGBTQ matters, Kerala is one of the leading states where controversial LGBTQ conversion therapies happen. The homosexual people suffer verbal, physical, and emotional violences from the family if they're coming out to their families and social institution. Within the boundaries of family, acceptance of their sexuality and freedom to openly express their behavior is still remain a constant struggle. These rejections and violences leads to depression and other mental health issues. So, what is a homosexual man? A homosexual man is a man who's enduring romantic, emotional, and/or physical attraction is to men. This is the latest definition by International Labour Organization. And coming out is a process of disclosure of one's sexual identity or sexual orientation to oneself and or significant others, or sometimes complete public disclosure. We know it's not a instant process. It's a gradual process with so many psychological and social phases. So in so many cases, when the case of Kerala, so many cases of coming out are not voluntarily. Coming out is not a voluntary process. Like people are stressed to come out to their families and friends in certain incidents, like extreme pressure for marriage and other things. So when a homosexual man came out to their families, they're facing many type of abuses and bullying, violations, and the so-called straightening measures like conversion therapies, religious treatments, corrective rapes, and forced marriages. So far away from the gay pride parades, meetups, and heated discussions on Twitter and social medias, families in Kerala have their own ways of dealing with LGBTQ individuals. So when after a person came out to their family about their sexual orientation, they face many challenges. Apart from mental health challenges, they face many physical violences, stigmatized from their own families, and there is no chances for a discussion. Like this topic is considered as a taboo subject. Then discrimination and prejudices, forced heterosexual marriages, restrictions on movement, then financial breakdown, bullying. These are the most common challenges they're facing. When it comes to the mental health challenges, we know, like just like the physical health, mental health is one of the most important thing for human life. So understanding the mental health needs of sexual minorities and gender minorities and the causes of mental health disparities they are experiencing. We know in Indian system, in our medical system, public health system, sexual minorities are experiencing so many health disparities based on their sexual identity. So this health disparities is rapidly growing in the area of research, especially regarding mental health outcomes with the implication for policies. So the major mental health challenges they are facing, so many challenges they are facing. So the adverse childhood experience of bullying and discrimination that is haunting there from their childhood will double the effect of that mental health issues that they are facing after coming out. Mainly they face emotional distress, the rejections from the parents, rejection from the siblings, from the friends, that causes a very emotional distress. Then most of the from the secondary data, from the data available in many reports, most of the persons who came out to the family experiencing depression and they are taking treatment for depression, they experience more mood and anxiety disorder. They frequently experience mood swings, anxiety disorders. Then when it compares to the general public, to the heterosexual people, the rate of suicide is very high among the sexual minorities. Then there is also substance use. Then there is a experience of many prejudice events from the family, from the society, from their social circle. So the psychosocial stress may represent in an indirect pathway through which there is a structural stigma already experiencing. When it comes to the situation of families, the coming out process of LGBTQ people is not only affect them, but it also affect the mental health condition of their parents also. Like when a person coming out to their family, it is we know it's against the social norms, the gender norms, the so-called beliefs, the religious identity. It's against everything. So it will adversely affect the mental health of their families, their parents also. So we also need to take an important part in addressing the mental health issues of their parents also. So what we can do in this case, like there is a significant need of pure affirmative counseling practice, more inclusive policies that promote mental health of sexual and gender minorities, that they need to be easily access the mental health services of our public health system. Then behavioral change and modification among the general public, need of change in attitude towards the LGBT community. These are the things that we can do to make a change among to promote the mental health outcome of LGBTQ people. Thank you. Sir, is my face, I am visible, sir? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I am visible, right?
Yeah, so I have observed all presentations on from your college are on homosexual or trans men, transgender. Why is it so, ma'am? Out of curiosity, I'm asking.
Sir, like we know that the LGBTQ community is one of the most marginalized. In the current situation, they are one of the most marginalized communities, having worst social, physical, mental, and health outcomes. So, like we are all social work students. So in our syllabus, there is so many portions that covering the need to address the problems of the sexual and gender minorities. So so many students are interested to study this area. So many people are took this as a topic for their dissertation also.
I mean, all the students are doing their projects on LGBTQ only?
No. We are 35 students. Among them, I think four students are doing.
Acha.
on the same topic.
Okay. So,
Okay.
okay, very good, ma'am. You are focusing on this community, and you have mentioned that more people are undergoing these surgeries. So, why is it so? Any specific reason?
No, sir, not surgeries, conversion therapies.
Yeah, conversion therapy in the sense, what do you mean exactly by conversion therapy?
So there is like actually this conversion therapy is legally banned in India. Like when a person came out as a gay, this conversion therapy is for like straightening them, like changing their behavior to the heterosexual behavior. So they use this like treatment by antidepressive pills and some other methods. I don't know exactly what is happening inside because there is no much open discussion about conversion therapy because it's legally banned. But from the secondary data available, more than 50% of the people who came out to their families will undergone through this therapies at some people at a very low period, maybe 1 or 2 counseling sessions, but some people will experiencing many adverse effects from this.
Though even surgery is also banned, but many people are undergoing this even in India also.
Sir, are you talking about gender changing surgery? Okay.
That is also there, and a lot of things are happening which are illegal,
But
which are banned.
actually, my population is homosexual peoples, like they identified as homosexual. So actually, transgender peoples are going through this surgery.
Okay, okay,
Yes,
Mahan,
sir.
very well presented. Congratulations.
Oh,
Wish
thank
you
you,
all
sir.
the best.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Participants, if you have any queries, you can share it in chat box. We'll take it up at a later time. So we'll move on to our next presenter for the day.
Thank you, sir.
You can stop your video and mute yourself. So next we have with us Satyendra Prasad. Artificial electric field algorithm. Now you can unmute yourself and start your video, audio, and presentation. We can't hear you.
Yes. Yes, sir. Are you listening?
Continue.
Yeah. Myself, Engineer Satyen Prasad Rajgun, Director Technology and Research Center, Gulwana International Technology and Research Center, Gitar Bhatparani, India. First of all, thank you to this organizer and organization committee to give me the opportunity at this event in International Conference of Psychology, Counseling, Guidance, Therapy, Intervention, Education, Environment, Health, Well-being, and Sustainable Development 2024. So this paper is based on education, environmental, and health. So the topic is skin is not visible full from on this on,
It's visible, continue.
but at my skin is not proper is seen. So something is come not here.
You can see.
Okay. To develop artificial electric field algorithm by Verilog programming and verify by text-based programming. So these are the outline. Introduction, literature review, research gap, methodology, software implementation, discussion, conclusion, references. So now the artificial electric field is utilized through the text-based programming and stabilizing through work and innovation, exploring algorithm optimization. So Verilog for hardware description and employee testing and aim to show the practical implementation effectively. Introduce outline for Verilog programming and test-based methodology to real need of algorithm optimization. Verilog programming study introduced the innovation approach, inspiring and optimization process. Utilization Verilog programming, practically implementation of efficiency of artificial electric field. Object in demonstration of synergy between Verilog programming and optimized algorithm. So unfolded and contribution hardware-based algorithm computational intelligence. So artificial electric field algorithm utilize the hardware description and validation methodology and also improving into the evaluation of optimization technique. Hardware-based algorithm is challenging of implementation optimization process in hardware. Verilog programming is also challenging to create the outline of for hardware and running architecture. Students is also the ensuring the reliability and functionality of hardware implementation. Novel optimization algorithm is also optimized algorithm providing content development implementation like reliability and functionality and optimization technique. So the electric field principle optimization is also the provide the process of highlighting the priority order of happening in hardware and as well as software during the programming running. So methodology of artificial electric field is used to conduct the identify the algorithm optimization hardware based algorithm through Verilog programming, principle inspiring of electric field optimization and description languages to use to enhance the artificial electric field algorithm for human people use at working places. Now the implementation of Verilog programming to easily handle the education purpose and also as well as to enhance the algorithm performance metrics against stabilizing benchmark and addressing any identification issue to enhance the validation and inciting against the analysis. Aim of this artificial electric field algorithm to enhance the functionality and hardware easily operated by the people. So artificial electric field is used for the enhancing the electric field and safety purpose for the people. So to design by the coding for software and also as well as hardware to implement the people as easily way. Designing scenario that cover various optimization challenges and perform under different conditions. verify that algorithm and optimization object and performing as integrated them into the Verilog coded and text-based scenario to accountability. Performance analysis for benchmark identify strength and area of improvement. So the iteration refinement. So to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of the coding and hardware performance or software implementation process to aim to implement the artificial electric field algorithm using the Verilog programming for hardware description languages and software as well as hardware implementation. So these are the hardware software implementation of artificial electric field and then in both binary and hexadecimal form. So now a discussion point. Artificial electric field is also an in-depth analysis interpretation to study finding the keywords, algorithm performance. The discussion effectiveness in solving optimization problem comparing to existing algorithm, and as well as Verilog programming and impact of hardware representation of its functionality to enhance the artificial electric field algorithm addressing and effectiveness assignment and various conditions. Ethical condition is also the ethical principle, transparency and fairness clearly to people to use it easily. Comparison with existing algorithm, advantage and disadvantage for the people to use this software as well as hardware. So hardware realization challenging to related to resource utilization specification and real world scenario and industrial emphasizing its hardware and optimization capability, and also the future direction is potential extended to research a hardware based algorithm optimization. Conclusion and contribution for this artificial electric field due to use of Verilog programming to enhance the electric field, emphasizing and how to enhance the electric field to use by the people. So conclusion: artificial electric field is a field algorithm is optimized in hardware context, optimize problem, realization challenges, algorithm based optimization, and also the hardware domains. So these are the references. Thank you for this. Anyone can ask the question through the education purpose and human behavior. It was related this to how to work and how to do with this software.
Congratulations, Satyendra Prasad. You can move on to your next presentation. In the meanwhile, participants, if you have any queries, you can continue to share in chat box. So next one is calendar by Embedded C.
Yeah. So this topic is chosen in this conference for education, environment, and sustainable development purpose. So to develop calendar by embedded C programming. These are the outline: introduction, literature review, research gap, methodology, software implementation, discussion, conclusion, and references. So these are the introduction part. In this era, so a lot of people are forgetting so many data, so many time and working day to remember and recall by the people by the help of this calendar. So the software implementation background and embedded system to utilize to enhance the calendar. So traditional calendar oftenly is used in environmental and demands of embedded system. So in this calendar system using embedded C programming to enhance the various previous year and next 200 or 200 year calendar. How to predict the people to working and all the working and any festivals and any event to detect. Object to develop the embedded system calendar system to resource constraint environment, optimize the timekeeping algorithm to ensure accuracy and efficiency. So invest hardware integration strategy for facilitating seamless interaction with embedded calendar. And also privacy consideration to ensure the robustness of the embedded calendar sensitive application to apply wearable device and smart home environment and triangular solution, and also crucial role in accessing the performance and adaptability of embedded C based calendar system, as also efficient timekeeping and event management within this algorithm to enhance the broader implication of this research and landscape of embedded C. So literature review for this embedded system and programming based for calendar is to resource constraint environment, previous and the real time control, clock synchronization method, previous consideration and optimize a technique to embedded C. Also calendar system in embedded environment to enhance the previous attempt, providing insight into challenging and potential improvement. Hardware integration challenges for embedded system to enhance the compatibility, portability and optimization specification platform. User interface designing for embedded C is also the study discussion and efficient interface user friendly calendar. So the energy efficiency optimization in embedded C, to minimize the power and battery power device by the IoT to save the power in for maximum time to use this calendar. Security and privacy in embedded C are discussion potential and vulnerability and often recommendation of secure coding and calendar application handling sensitive to zones and daylight saving times, and as well adaptability issue and process potential gap. Error handling and fault tolerance is the previous approaches help in identify best practice and potential management for calendar system. Integration within IoT platform. It includes the discussion on communication protocol, data synchronization, interpretation, and the previous effect in integration embedded system. So by sensitization, this strategy of literature is identify the research gap that study aim to address and stabilizing the innovation contribution expectation. So now the research gap is to effective timekeeping algorithm and embedded C is finding the research gap to research limitation in environment for embedded C. Comprehensive integration its strategy for different hardware platform to addressing this research gap by investigation compatibility challenges and programmable user interface designing consideration for embedded calendar to study aim to bridge the unique challenges and consideration and a user-friendly interface embedded calendar for tolerate for embedded calendar system. Security and privacy measurement in embedded calendar application. So to provide the privacy enhanced feature for embedded C calendar for dynamic environments such as zone or daylight saving, and also specify to embedded calendar the research aim to contribute failure scenario and process robust research literature regarding the specification embedded calendar with IoT platform. Calendar system provide for the comprehensive understanding and literature regarding the specification. So methodology used to enhance the calendar for education purpose to user-friendly embedded C system, key status, and each contributes to overall goal. Requirement and literature goal designing and hardware description to enhance the user need system capability and any specification constraint studied to inform the designing process, adaptability to dynamic changes, and seamless integration with diverse hardware architecture. So now user interface, energy efficiency optimization, security measurement, adaptability to dynamic environment handling, and fault toleration is used to ensuring accessibility and positivity user experience. If energy efficiency algorithm, low power model, and also using technique used for embedded SIM to enhance the calendar for sensitive data, day and light saving implementation, adjust various in the environment, and strategically for robust error handling. Integration with IoT platform, testing and validation, documentation and report is also for IoT-based system to remember and recall for the setting and day and time for people utilizing real-world scenario to access adaptability, finding and implications of for future research and zone and daylight time for optimization power. So software implementation. The calendar is used on step-by-step breaking of the software implementation, integrated development environment. IDE is set up to enhance the necessity tool and change and compile required for embedded algorithm translation, hardware abstract layer, user interface implementation is used for handling dynamic changes. Hardware component relevant timekeeping, including real-time clock and display size, like that, the minimum resources utilization and ensuring the embedded calendar system. So adaptability feature and error handling and fault tolerance and IoT is used for ensure accuracy, timekeeping, and changing time zone, and as well incorporated mechanism that prevent critical failure and ensuring seamless communication between embedded hard system and IoT. To debugging tool provide the ID system for fix the software debug. Optimization, iteration, documentation, and coding implementation and fine in testing is used to enhance the efficiency and responsiveness, future references, and meet predefined matrices and research outlines and overall functionality efficiency. And these are the software implementation of calendar to show the 99 and 9 years calendars to demonstrate in various day times and day with slides. So discussion is a calendar embedded C, the key aspects exploring during the research addressing algorithm efficiency, hardware integration to algorithm efficiency, hardware integration, user interface designing used for accurate and adaptable timekeeping, and a resource constraint embedded, compatibility of hard software and differences highlighting, and also the resource limitation environment, discuss how low power mode and optimize to enhance the durability of the device and to see the calendar, and embedded C mechanism contribute to safety sensitive data within calendar system, and evaluate the adaptability and compatibility of the software with different modes. So the adaptability to dynamic environment is saving the time and keeping the update with work and protocol synchronization challenges during the integration process, and efficiency and user-friendly real-world scenario. As the programming calendar system is feel the highlighting unique contribution to real world. And adaptability for a specification application conclude the emphasizing practice, implementation, and future potential of studying setting. So conclusion is the resource constraint environment with IoT systems to recall and for previous data and next data, and adaptable calendar system for real world implementation. Embedded calendar is user experience enhancing the practitioner as well as energy efficiency coding based system to protect the energy during the time and date for future. The robust security measurement and integration and comprehension analysis. These are the use for IoT based system to in environmental change in exploratories styles, and also the addressing the position and C based calendar system practitioner and innovation. And embedded C programming calendar based system additional feature and adaptability for specification application sources practice innovation in time for a domain for in future where involving landscape of embedded C programming. So now these are the references. So thank you for this. Anyone can ask the question if you have interest. It is helpful for the people those who have not at proper and see the previous data in year. So shall I start the next?
You go to the first slide. So you are on the first slide, no?
Yeah.
Just wait a second. I will take screenshot.
Okay.
Before starting next presentation, every presentation you introduce yourself briefly at least. Because when the team is reviewing, they should also know who is presenting. Because sometimes we have 2-3 co-authors. No? So it is important. Okay, you can go on to next topic. Next topic, what is that? Cascade amplifier.
So it is fine, sir.
Yeah, wait for a second.
Okay.
Okay, you can continue.
So myself, Engineer Satyendra Prasad, Director Technology and Research Center, Gulwana International Technology and Research Center, Guitar Ghat Parani, India. So this in this international conference of psychology, counseling, guidance, therapy, intervention, education, environment, health, well-being, and sustainable development 2024. This topic is based on education purpose and as well as sustainable development. So and health. To develop cascaded amplifier by Virla programming and verify by text bench programming. So these are the outline: introduction, literature review, research gap methodology, software implementation, discussion, conclusion, references. So in introduction, the cascaded amplifier is amplify the current and voltage for making the device, and then amplify the play of keyboard for the advantage in designing the methodology crucial and test bench uses two stage cascaded amplifier. So the sewing casing is sustainable and capture complex nature and particular in context of cascaded amplifier. Hierarchical structure and interdependency and emphasizing the importance of comprehension verification. And two stages cascaded amplifier, novel approach of improving the develop and test bench programming and designing and verification for. Furthermore, the providing the scenario overall the object of research. So literature review. The literature review began for the earlier to enhance the classify amplifier designing and moderated for fundamental focus and cascaded amplifier. The hardware discussion language is shedding light on the wide speed and digital designing and representation of complex systems. Previous work is based on two stages hierarchical structure of electric field. So now modeling two stage cascaded amplifiers for validation, emphasizing the necessity of the correctness and functionality of model. Literature review on the test bench for the system of notable gap literature for application of Verilog programming methodology and context of two-stage cascaded amplifier for designing and validation complex amplification and methodology underscore for unique contribution addressing any specification of two-stage amplifier. So now the methodology is used for problem formulation to challenging the how to cascade with one-to-one amplifier and then enhance the education to understand the people by easily way. The literature review is also motivated to need to study how to enhance the amplifier and amplify the voltage and current as well, and then used by the people in easy way. So that's the system specification is also the design gain frequency response and detail of cascaded architecture involving in designing. Verilog programming and test bench is also the implementation of software and as well as hardware to use the cascaded amplifier. So methodology. So simulation and analysis, validation and real discussion is so the test bench identification and Verilog coding to result comparing them against an expectation previous. Now the next is ensuring that the accurately representation desired behavior of amplifier and the proposed potential improving to utilization study purpose and verification, analyzing the performance of two stages, providing insights, future research and ensuring the Verilog based designing and two-stage cascaded amplifier to enhance the structure and simplicity. Software implementation, Verilog programming and also text-based programming use the internal component and parameter to enhance the communication and get the output in easy way. Hierarchical design is also enhance each module to functionality enhancement and stages enhancement to working in proper way. Interconnection is also the ensure the proper signal and connectivity to model and designing behavior accurately and to input scenario and simulation control logic and noise resources to comprehensive test for enhancing the operation and condition, which test bench defining for the time step and any other relevant settings. So the output resources simulation analysis and execution is also the automatically check the correctness hardware and test bench simulation loaded and also analyzing the simulation and verification of output and also the amplification iteration refining the discrepancy and issue observe debugging and improving accuracy, making iteration for the analysis and refinement are to achieving robots and accuracy representation, and also the reference and availability for analyzing simulation result. So these are the software implementation for this. So discussion is section in this section we have used the Verilog programming for easily implementation of cascaded amplifier for understanding the people and develop sustainable development. Scalability and modularity access to cascaded amplifier without significant and behavior accuracy. A cascaded amplifier term of gain frequency and overall functionality operation and condition scenario and potential corner cases to examine of cascaded amplifier behaviors. So the verification verification matrix, simulation and result, anomalous and challenges. For discuss the model and hardware implementation for frequency response and relevance parameter specification. To enhance the highlighting any improvement, innovation and uniqueness application of cascaded amplifier for real world scenario and testing in hardware problem. And also the test bench is used to verification purpose for potential venue for future in exploration. Now the conclusion is based on the hierarchical structure, behavior, character, and reliability of cascaded amplifier. And also two-stage cascaded amplifier is working accurately reflected and anticipated operation condition. And also the test bench is used to electric circuit for verification purpose in software to amplify the designing and electric system architecture for entire research process significant within the context of amplification. So implementation and future work for real world testing and ensuring the application environment for designing potential incorporated decision future and achieving the specified object and length scope for combining the present and finding offer valuable insight in hardware description and technique to complexity and resolve the simplicity in for people to enhance and also as well as use this. So these are the research references. So anyone can ask this question related this topic, how to use and make the easy life. So anyone can ask. Thank you, sir.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
So you have completed all the presentations, I think. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, congratulations and wishing you all the success for future endeavors. You can increase the flow because you are director of an organization. Still, the flow is not so.
Sure, sir. I will next time.
BNC,
I will.
because you are doing business and you are an entrepreneur. Presentation skills is very important, especially in this competitive world.
Yeah. Sure.
So you can improve on that.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, you can close, stop the presentation as well as you can mute yourself, stop video. Participants, if you have any queries, you can keep sharing in chat box. We'll take it after some time because we have a lot of presenters waiting. At the end of the presentations, we'll take it. So the next presenter, Subin Jose, are you available? Yeah, now you can unmute yourself. Start your video and presentation, ma.
Thank you, sir. I hope I am audible.
Yes. And all the presenters, remember your time of presentation. It is required at the time of filling up feedback form. You note down your timings of presentation along with the date.
Sir, I hope my Presentation is also visible.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Subin Jose. I'm a fourth semester MSW student from Sri Sankaracharya University, Sanskrit. So my topic for the presentation is social inclusion of interstate migrant workers in Kerala, a sustainable development perspective based on secondary data analysis. So when it comes to the introduction part, we all know that the sustainable development goals, the tagline of the SDG and the sustainable development aim of UN is actually leave no one behind. So leave no one behind is the central transformative promise of the UN 2013 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its sustainable development goals. It represents the unequivocal commitment of all UN members states to eradicate poverty in all its forms, end discrimination and exclusion, and reduce the inequalities and vulnerabilities that leave people behind and undermine the potential of individuals and of humanity as a whole. When it comes to Kerala, Kerala has 34 lakh of interstate migrant workers. Most of them are working in informal sector or unorganized sector. It could be seen that most of the physically strenuous jobs, especially in the construction works and also in plywood industry, the industrial jobs, similarly the hotel industry, all the physically strenuous jobs are now handled by the interstate migrant workers from north and northeast states of India. Their hard work is a significant factor in Kerala's economy, but they are prone to xenophobia, discrimination, and other social barriers due to socio-cultural differences. In this context of sustainable development, this presentation study the state of social inclusion of interstate migrant workers in Kerala. I have gone through several studies. So as part of the studies, it is found that poverty becomes a major determinant for migration in recent years. The relative increase in interstate migration is an indication that migration trend is moving towards an economic reasons also. Similarly, among the 194 districts in India, from where those were identified as the migration corridors by the studies of Peter and Narendran in 2017, from where the migrant workers have flocked into Kerala during 2016 and 17. Out of which 33 were among the top 100 districts in India with the largest number of scheduled tribe population as per the 2011 census. Also, among the top 5 districts in India with the largest scheduled caste population, four have evolved as a district level corridors of labor migration to Kerala. Kerala is the first Indian state to enact a social security scheme for migrant workers. Kerala in 2010 launched an interstate migrant workers welfare scheme, which has several provisions for the welfare of the migrant workers. Awas Insurance Scheme 2016 and Apnagar Housing for Migrant Workers are the two other major initiatives of Department of Labor and Skill. From January 2020, the Civil Supplies Department has started interstate portability benefits to workers from selected states. The states such as West Bengal, Assam, Tamil Nadu, Odisha, Uttar Pradesh, and Bihar, from where over 80% of the workers come to Kerala. There are around 35 lakh interstate migrant laborers in Kerala state, but only 5 lakh people are registered under Awas scheme. So the remaining population is excluded from getting the same benefit. After the Apnagar program initiation, the people still live in unfurnished houses in order with pathetic living conditions. The program started a few years back in Kerala, but particularly in Palakkad district. But after completing this program at Kanjikode, that is in Palakkad district, there has been no progress in the program and not yet initiated to implement it across Kerala. Similarly, the very high wage rates and continuous availability of work attracted them to Kerala compared to other destinations in India. Almost all of them came to Kerala on their own, leveraging their social network skills. Like they collected informations from their friends or from their village people, etc. Similarly, poorly organized majority of the workers are engaged through informal work arrangements and do not enjoy the social security benefits such as ESI and Provident Fund. Their knowledge about and access to welfare measures provided to the migrant workers by the state continues to remain poor. So these welfare measures are not reaching to the beneficiaries. While Kerala government have taken proactive and progressive measures, policy and migrants' lived realities remain disconnected, undermining their well-being. Bridging this disconnect by making policy consultative, right-based, and grounded in migrants' needs is essential for their sustainable welfare and dignity. So I have gone through when it comes to the research methodology part, I have gone through the secondary data of different articles on interstate migrant workers in Kerala and their social inclusion, and articles within 10 years were subjected to the research. And I visited Google Scholar. I used Shotgun also for the as database. And when it comes to the results part, although the state of Kerala has implemented various social welfare measures exclusively for interstate migrant workers, the utilization of workers is significantly low. Since majority of workers who come to Kerala are not recruited by a contractor from their native states, the Interstate Migrant Workmen Regulation of Employment and Conditions of Services Act 1979 does not apply to them in its current form. Even in 2020, more than 90% of the workers are not part of any trade union, which deprives them of the power of collective bargaining. That means there's a lack of political participation from the part of migrant workers. They don't have any unions to raise their voice for their rights. And also, although Bai and Annan have literal meaning of brother, in Kerala, these have become synonyms to migrant identities from North and South India. Most of the Malayali employers call their workers by these names, and a large share of employees do not even know the real names of their workers. That means there is an othering of these workers from the local population. So when it comes to the relevance of the study with the sub-theme of this conference, the conference has a sub-theme of sustainable development. So this study is conducted primarily on the premise of sustainable development. Social inclusion is the core of sustainable development. As I said earlier, leave no one behind is the tagline of sustainable development goals. Therefore, social inclusion is the core of sustainable development. When it comes to specifically on which are the goals related to migration and interstate migration, sustainable development goal, that is promotion of inclusive growth in sustainable way by providing respectable job for all. The eighth sustainable development goal is to promote inclusive growth in a sustainable way by providing respectable job with augmented productivity for all. This goal is to protect the rights of all types of the labor, including migrant labor, by providing safe and secure environment. When it comes to the 10th sustainable development goal, that is scaling down the level of inequality across the globe, both internally and internationally. It's specifically mentioned internally, that is internal migration within the nation. So the 10th sustainable development is to scale down the level of inequality both internally and internationally. The main objective of the goal is to implement a planned and well-managed migration policy so that mobility of human resource will be easy, smooth, and respectable. Along with other SDGs, both the above are exclusively addresses the vulnerable migrant population. As the tagline, leave no one behind, the vulnerable interstate migrant workers and their social inclusion must be ensured in order to achieve sustainable development. So as conclusion, after reviewing the body of existing literature on social inclusion of interstate migrant workers in Kerala, it is seen that although the state of Kerala has taken several steps to ensure the social welfare and inclusion, the reach of these welfare measures are peripheral. The othering and xenophobia is existing among the local population, which has to be addressed to ensure social participation and inclusion of interstate migrant workers. Since the interstate migrant workers has a significant role in Kerala's economy, their welfare and social integration are crucial in sustainable development and growth. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Manjus, we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll move on to our next presenter. In the meanwhile, we request all the presenters waiting for their presentations to share their details in the chat box in the given format. So I will just read out the list of presenters who have shared their details. Be ready. So next presenter would be Murshida Rizwana. Then Jyotish Shemke. You have to share in proper format. You again resend your information in proper format. Then we have Arun Sebastian. Then Aryamal Thomas. Then after that, Rishita Ritu. After that, Divya Vijay. You also need to send in proper format. Kindly resend your details once again in proper format. Then we have Pallavi. Then after that, Siddiq Hussain. You also need to send it in a proper format. Then Aishwarya P.S. Nath. This is the list of presenters as of now in the chat box. So those names which are not listed are those who have been instructed to resend in proper format. Quickly send your formats, and others also who are waiting for their presentations can send their details in the chat box. As per the order received, we'll be inviting you one after the other. So we will move on to Murshida Rizwana. Yeah, now you can unmute yourself and start your video and presentation.
Okay. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma. You can switch on your video.
Okay.
Go to your first slide and switch on your video.
Sir, can I present?
Switch on your video, ma.
Uh,
Your video is not visible. We can't see you. Again, it is getting disabled. I think you need to change the settings in your devices. All the presenters,
I have already changed my settings, sir.
No, ma, but again, when you are sharing your slide, your video is getting disabled. We can't see you. So there is some problem. All the presenters, you fix the problem before starting your presentations. Otherwise, use laptops or tablets for your presentation, preferably laptops. Nowadays, you are very well used with these mobiles and all. Can explore the settings or just Google it and find out how to enable. See, it is getting disabled once you start screen sharing. There will be some option in the mobile.
Sir, can you please wait for 2 minutes? I'll check this.
Okay, you continue. First, you switch on your video now without sharing. From next presenter, kindly fix the issue before you start your presentation. Now you start your video. I will take screenshot.
Okay.
Is it video on now?
Yes. Can you see?
Okay. Now you share your PPT and keep it on the first slide.
Okay. Is it visible?
Not yet, you have to share it. Share your screen.
Okay, now is it visible?
Wait, for a second.
Okay.
Okay, start your presentation from, but the next presenters kindly rectify that issue within your devices, that is device specific. So if you have some setting disabled or enabled, that problem is coming. So you try to Google it and fix that problem before we call you. Yeah, you continue, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mushida Riswana. Currently, I am a fourth semester student at Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit pursuing my master's degree in MSW. Okay, today my topic is parenting agency of mothers whose children are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Coming to the introduction, parenting a child with autism spectrum disorder is a journey filled with joy, both joys and challenges. ASD is a complex neurodevelopmental condition characterized by difficulties in social communication, repetitive behaviors, and sensory sensitives. The impact of ASD extends beyond the individual diagnosed, affecting the entire family unit. Mothers, in particular, often bear a significant portion of the caregiving responsibilities and emotional labor associated with raising a child with ASD. In this study, we aim to explore the concept of parental agency within the specific context of mothers of children with ASD. Now, coming to the theoretical framework, agency means developing the ability to make decisions and put those decisions into action in a way that is consistently how we want to live our life. Parental agency was, for parental agency, a definition was given by Kuhn and Carter in their paper, which is the extent to which a mother assumes an active role in her child's development, engages in interactions with her child, and persists in identifying strategies that minimize maladaptive behaviors and maximize adaptive behaviors. Parental agency generally refers to the capacity of parents to make autonomous decisions and take actions that influence the well-being of their children. It encompasses the ability to advocate for one's child, navigate complex systems of care, and adapt to the challenges presented by their child's unique needs. Drawing upon sociological theories of agency and empowerment, this study seeks to understand how mothers exercise agency within the constraints imposed by their child's diagnosed and the broader socio-cultural context. Coming to the literature review, the literature review highlights key aspects of parenting children with autism spectrum disorder. ASD characterized by, as you all know, social communication impairments and repetitive behaviors, presents unique challenges for families, particularly mothers who often bear the primary caregiving responsibilities. Mothers of children with ASD experience complex emotional landscapes, including feelings of guilt, grief, and resilience, with coping strategies varying widely among individuals. Parental agency is essential in navigating the challenges of ASD, involving advocacy for appropriate services and fostering the child's autonomy. Social support networks, including peer groups and specialized services, play a crucial role in buffering stress and promoting resilience among our mothers. Additionally, the intersectionality of maternal experience influenced by factors like race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status underscores the need for culturally responsive interventions and addressing disparities in support access. Despite progress, there remains a need for further research to explore these issues and develop strategies to better support mothers of children with ASD. Then my methodology includes the secondary works of academic journals and research articles focused on autism spectrum disorder, parenting, and family dynamics. Then national surveys or databases containing information on families with children diagnosed with ASD, reports and publications from governmental agencies, non-profit organizations, and advocacy groups specializing in ASD research and support services. The selected secondary data were subjected to content analysis to identify recurring themes, patterns, and key findings. Coming to the discussion part, parenting a child with autism spectrum disorder is a multifaceted journey that presents unique challenges and opportunities for mothers. The discussion dwells into the complexities of maternal experiences, coping mechanisms, and support networks, drawing upon insights gleaned from existing research and the broader context of caregiving dynamics. One of the central themes illuminated by research findings is the heightened levels of caregiver stress experienced by mothers of children with ASD. The daily demands of caring for a child with ASD, including communication difficulties, sensory sensitives, and behavioral challenges, often contribute to increased parental stress and emotional burden. This finding underscores the critical need for tailored interventions and support services aimed at alleviating caregiver stress and promoting maternal well-being. Moreover, the diverse array of coping strategies employed by mothers to navigate the challenges of raising a child with ASD. While some mothers demonstrate remarkable resilience and adaptive coping mechanisms, others may struggle to cope with the emotional and practical demands of caregiving. Understanding the factors that contribute to maternal resilience and well-being is essential for developing targeted interventions to support mothers in their caregiving journey. Social support emerges as a significant determinant of maternal well-being and resilience in the face of caregiving stress. Peer support groups, community resources, and access to specialized services play a pivotal role in buffering stress and promoting positive outcomes for mothers and their children. However, disparities in access to support services based on socioeconomic status, race, and geographical location highlight the need for targeted interventions to address inequalities in care. Culturally responsive support services tailored to the unique needs to diverse communities are essential for promoting equitable access to resources and enhancing maternal empowerment. This discussion emphasizes the importance of understanding the complexities of maternal experiences in the context of parenting a child with ASD. By elucidating the challenges, coping mechanisms, and support networks involved, this discussion informs strategies for promoting maternal resilience, empowerment, and well-being. Moving forward, it is imperative to prioritize research and initiatives aimed at addressing the unique needs of mothers of children with ASD and promoting equitable access to support services for all families affected by the disorder. Come to the concludatory part. As you all know, parenting a child with ASD requires resilience, resourcefulness, and unwavering commitment. By exploring the experiences and perspectives of mothers Within this context, we gain valuable insights into the dynamics of parental agency in the face of adversity. Empowering mothers to exercise agency not only benefit individual families but also contribute to a more inclusive and supportive society for individuals with ASD and their loved ones. This is my presentation. Thank you all.
You can stop
Hello, sir.
sharing your screen. You can switch on your video. Okay. Congratulations, and we wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can keep sharing in chat box. We will move on to our next presenter. Next, we have Jyotish MK. Are you there? You can raise your hand. Jyotish? Kindly be active. Don't yeah, now you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. Jyotish.
Hello, sir. Am
Yes,
I
ma'am.
audible?
Yes, ma'am. Start your video and presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay. Sir, can you see that?
It's not visible now.
Okay, sir. Let me check.
First, you switch on your video. Immediately, you switch on your audio and video, please. You will know whether that is working or now share your PPT. You can click on share screen. Keep your PPT open. Click on
Sir,
share.
I'm trying my best, but I can't.
Check all these before only. Is your PPT open?
Yes.
You click on the share screen button.
English or not?
Can you see share screen button?
Yes.
Click on that. What it is showing?
I'm share my screen, but it's not appearing in my phone. Let me check.
Make sure your network is good.
Presentation വിളിക്കാൻ പറയും.
You also need to share your details in proper
Yeah.
format now. In chat box after your presentation, you immediately share it if you haven't shared. Okay, you try to fix it. We'll move on to our next speaker then. Arun Sebastian. Arun Sebastian, are you there? You can raise your hand. Arun? You can raise your hand. You can start your audio, video, and presentation.
Hi, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Start your video.
Okay. Hello, sir.
Start your presentation.
Can I start?
Share your PPT, ma'am.
Oh, I will share PPT, but I don't see. Can I present, sir?
Are you able to listen to my instructions, ma'am? Share your PPT. Do you have any
Yes, sir,
PPT?
but it didn't work, sir.
Huh? Okay, you again try again later. You can stop your audio and video.
Okay, sir.
You fix it yourself and then later on we'll see. You stop your video and mute yourself. See, this is an international conference and this is going live. And behave yourself properly and people will make fun of you and later on don't regret. Everyone is watching. Many professionals are there, senior professors are there. And don't behave like that. You are not small kids, you are PG scholars. Why there's all laughing and giggling, everything happening? This is a serious conference. You have to behave in a professional manner. Okay, next. Aryamol Thomas. Yeah, now you can unmute yourself, start your video. When we say start, you have to start. Don't again wait for our instructions. Already we gave you permission to start. Na? So you can first unmute yourself, then start your video, and then share your PPT. You start your video, ma. Go in order.
Sir, can I start now?
But again, same problem with you. No video.
Sir, I think I'm presenting in my phone. I think this is not post. I'm not able to present both of them at the same time. Can I go through my presentation, sir?
Okay, but tomorrow onwards, we will not allow. You have to fix this problem in your devices. Otherwise, use laptop.
Of course, sir. Of course.
Now
Yes, sir.
can...
Of course. Good evening, everyone. My topic is balancing act promoting sustainability and social equity in plantation sector. The plantation sector refers to...
Introduce yourself properly. We have been telling since day one. Again, you are directly jumping into your topic. Now follow some etiquette. Social etiquette is there, na?
Okay. Sorry, sir. I am Aryamal Thomas. I am pursuing my social work in Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi. My presentation topic is balancing act promoting sustainability and social equity in plantation sector. As for introducing my topic, the plantation sector refers to large-scale agricultural operations focused on cultivating cash crops such as tea, coffee, rubber, palm oil, and sugarcane. Plantations in India came like in many British colonies during the British rule. And my presentation is mainly focusing on tea plantation sector, especially the workers in tea plantation sector. Tea industry is one of the oldest industries in India. In India, the four main tea producing states are Assam, West Bengal, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. Tea is also grown in parts of Tripura and Himachal Pradesh. There are more than 1 million workers in tea industry in India, comprising mainly of scheduled castes, tribes, and ethnic minorities, of which is more than 50% are women. Coming to the methodology part, the secondary readings from the articles found the basics for the study, balancing act promoting sustainability and social equity in plantation sector. Literature reviews from Kerala and national context are part of the methodology. The literature review is used to identify the major challenges faced by the plantation workers in India, especially in Kerala, as a vulnerable group in the areas of housing, education, and employment and social relationships. Although critically analyzing the literature reviews, the study aims to suggest some practices that would empower the plantation sector. Coming to the discussions and suggestions part, tea plantation workers populations across the country, where there were workers were bought by British to create a dedicated plantation labor force and whose generations of family members are still engaged in plantation work. Plantation developed their own technologies of power and sovereignty. The gender division of family and labor, spatial distribution, and movement of workers were carefully controlled and choreographed by the plantation management, and their effects were absorbed into socio-cultural fabric of the plantation order. In the post-colonial context, gender division of labor and racial hegemony were exacerbated by other forms of hegemonic social control based on local caste relationships. In post-colonial context, the plantations continued to dominate by the upper caste. Like the administration sector, European managerial staffs were replaced by Syrian Christians, Nadas, and upper caste Hindus. The native planters employed people of their own religious and caste groups in managerial positions and retained the Dalits in the rank of the workers. And in Kerala,
When there is a crisis in plantation sector in 1990, after the liberalization of tea sector, mostly affected were the Tamils and Dalits who don't have any options to migrate out. In case of Dalit workers, caste discrimination were less compared to their own homes. Plantation workers in Kerala faced a deplorable wage and severe service condition. None of the workers has any land rights, and they live in depleted one-room tenants referred to as land rights. And access to housing is the most important reasons why workers accept low wages low wages and stuck to this plantations. Like there are generations of people who were stuck on this job because of this housing. The plantation workers are the lowest of the organizational hierarchy, surveying subsistence wages in the difficult working conditions, doing delicate work of plucking and manufacturing tea, while still being considered as unskilled workers. They are also highly dependent on plantations for food, drinking water, housing, education, and healthcare. Tea plantation workers populations across the country, where their workers were bought by British to create a dedicated plantation labor force for generations of families for the plantation work. And instead of stagnating the labor waste, planters should focus on improving productivity and quality of tea by replacing the bushes with all the tea bushes. Quality and yield is bound to go down, and the labor is less to blame for the yield of tea gardens. And there should be labor policy reforms so as to ensure safeguard for the most vulnerable workers. And coming to the conclusion part, the development in the tea plantation sector must prioritize the well-being and right of workers. This includes fair wages, adequate housing, access to health care, and opportunities for education and advancement. Sustainable practices and social responsibility should be integral to the growth of the industry, ensuring the thriving future of both workers and tea production. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
You can stop sharing and switch on your video.
Yes.
Your video is off. Okay, ma, congratulations. We wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can continue to share in the chat box. We'll move on to next presentation. Next, Kritika. Kritika, are you there? Now you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. Yeah, Rishita, Ritu.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yep. Switch on your video. Then share your PPT.
Yeah, okay, sir. Can you see this, sir?
No, not yet.
Huh? Pardon?
It's not visible, na?
Okay, let me check, sir.
Have you opened PPT in your system?
Yes, sir. I can't simultaneously both the
No. Which device you are using?
this phone, sir.
Okay, then you open your PPT, then click on
Okay.
share. You swap the screen with the Zoom screen. You can slide up and down or right or left. So you have to practice this before itself, na?
Okay, sir. Can you see the PPT, sir?
Not yet, na? You have to share screen, then only we will be able to see. Even if it is open in your device, if you don't share, it will not be visible. You go to Zoom application screen.
Just please, sir, I will.
Then there you will find a button share screen. Click on that and share the PPT. All the presenters, practice yourself once with your friends or colleagues or family members. See whether all settings are working fine.
Can you see the presentation, sir?
No, ma.
Oh. There is a network problem, I think.
Okay, you continue orally.
Yes, sir.
You start your video and continue orally. And always keep a hard copy with you or written copy with you so that, if you have some difficulty seeing your screen, you have at least some handout of it.
The PPT is not, the presentation is not visible on my phone. That's the problem.
Even it is not visible for us. Na? You have to open that. You don't have copy of that?
Yes, sir.
You have to take it, Nama. You have to make basic preparations.
Okay, there is a.
You should always, that's why you should always have a copy, printed copy with you.
Okay, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Now your screen is visible. You can open
Okay,
PPT.
sir. Can you see the presentation, sir?
Now you can see the PPT, but we can't see you. Anyway, you continue.
Okay, I'm continuing with the presentation. I am Ritisha Ridu. I'm a trans woman. I'm studying in the MSW department in Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kerala. My topic is the physical challenges of transsexual after gender affirmation surgery. Going to the introduction, we know that Kerala has a high literacy and the first state passed a policy for the transgender people in 2014. The government gives a wide range of supporting and inclusive opportunities. In the NALSA judgment also from the Supreme Court, the Transgender Protection Right Act, all the policies for the transgender rights, the Kerala government give the financial support for the transgender persons for education and also for the sex reassignment surgery. We have all the supporting system from the government side, but the society still may marginalize my community. And here the definition for starting my presentation, the definition, the gender affirmation surgery, GAS, is also as a gender confirmation surgery or sex reassignment surgery, refers to a series of procedures that alter a person's physical appearance and sexual characteristics to align with their identified gender. The purpose of the gender affirmation surgery is most commonly associated with transgender healthcare and intersex medical interventions. It aims to help individuals transition physically to match their gender identity better. The procedures
Slides
of
are not moving, ma.
Oh,
You are
sorry,
still
sir.
on the title slide.
Okay, sorry, sir. Is this
Yeah,
moving?
Types of procedures.
Yes. This is the procedure. There are so many different surgeries for the transgender, trans women and trans men persons for the facial reconstructive surgery to make facial features to more masculine or feminine, the vocal surgery to change voice pitches, the chest surgery or the top surgery, the breast tissue, a remove masculine appearance for enhancing breast size and shape for a more feminine appearance. The genital or bottom surgery is the gender affirmation surgery. We know that transforms and reconstructs the genitals. We know that the very critical situations, for the desired sex, the transgender individuals face physical challenges after the gender affirmation surgery. The post-operation individuals may experience pain, discomfort, and complications related to the surgical procedure itself, as well as the potential challenges in adjusting to their new physical appearance and identity. Access to quality medical care, social support, and the mental health care services are important factors in addressing the challenges of transgender community. Here is the pain management system. In the post-surgery pain after gender affirmation surgery, patients often and the client often experience pain due to incision, tissue manipulation, and healing. While the pain management, there are the strategies for medication. Prescribed pain medications can help manage discomfort. The physical therapy for pain management is gentle movement and exercise guided by a physical therapist can alleviate pain and promote healing. And the heat or cold packs for pain management is applying heat or cold to the affected areas can provide relief. The heat or cold packs sucks or the affected areas can provide relief, and the rest and elevation, resting and elevating the surgical site can reduce pain and swelling. The next is the mobility issues. After the gender affirmation surgery, the transgender and transsexual individuals may cause the mobility issues. The temporary limitations have the mobility may be restricted post-surgery due to incision and healing. While the mobility issues, there are some strategies. The gradual movement begin with the gentle movements and gradually increase the activity. Assistive devices use crutches, walkers, and other aids if needed. There is a physical therapy for the mobility issues. A physical therapist can guide safe exercise to improve the mobility. Next one, the emotional adjustment post surgery. There is the important thing in after the post operative care challenges, the expectations of the transgender individuals and the reality after gender affirmation surgery. Individuals may experience mixed emotions. While some feel euphoric and validated, others might grapple with the unexpected feelings. The validation and the relief, many report a sense of validation, relief, and alignment with their true self. There is a challenge for, however, adjusting to the new physical reality can be challenging. It's essential to recognize that emotional responses vary widely. There is a supporting mechanism and supporting network for the emotional adjustment of transgender and trans women persons after post surgery. A strong support network, friends, family, or support groups case can ease emotion transition from the peer and the family members. The next one is the most important, the mental health considerations of transgender and transsexual individuals. The pre-existing mental health conditions. Individuals with the pre-existing mental health conditions, example, anxiety, depression, dysphoria, may need additional support during the transition period. The post-surgery depression, some experience post-surgery depression due to factors like pain, body image changes, or unmet expectations after the gender affirmation surgery. The therapeutic support, the regularly therapy sessions can help process emotions, cope up with the changes, and build resilience. Then the self-compassion in the mental health consideration, the practicing self-compassion and patience is crucial during this transformative period. The supporting systems and the resources for the individuals, transgender individuals and transsexual persons for the local LGBT organization. Seek out local organization that offer support groups, counseling and resources. Online communities. The online communities support online forums and social media groups provide a space to connect with others who have undergone similar experiences. The therapists and counselors give many support to the transgender people, find mental health professionals experienced in gender-related issues. We know that there is a transgender advocacy groups for supporting the post-operative care systems for the transgender people. These organizations often provide information, headlines, and community events for the transgender peoples. Finally, we concluded that the LGBT community organization providing a vital role for safe spaces, support groups, and access to the resources tailored to the LGBT community. The online communities offer a platform for sharing experience, seeking advice, and finding solidarity with the peer globally. The therapist and counselors key for personal support. These professions can guide individuals through gender-related challenges and mental health care for the transgender and transsexual people. Finally, the transgender advocacy groups play a crucial role in raising awarenesses, shaping policies, and offering direct assistance through information, dissemination, and helplines for the transgender people. There is a post-operation individuals may experience. We know that there is a pain, discomfort, and complications are related to the surgical procedure itself, as well as the potential challenges in adjusting to their new physical appearance and identity. Access to quality medical care and social support and healthcare services can important factors in addressing the challenges of physical challenges of transsexual women. These all are also my own experiences. And finally, I concluded it. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, ma'am. You can stop sharing and start
Thank you,
your
sir. Okay.
video. We'll take one screenshot.
Okay, sir.
Start your video, ma'am. Your photo is visible, not your video.
Okay, sir. I will.
Okay, ma'am. Congratulations. Wishing you all the success.
Okay, thank
We'll move on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, Kritika. Are you there? Kritika Bamotra. Kritika Bamotra. And now you can unmute yourself, start your video and start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Kritika Bhamotra, Department of Social Work, Central University of Himachal Pradesh. Today, I am going to present on the topic an in-depth analysis of how global warming affects ecosystem.
Your video is not visible, ma.
Sir, I don't have laptop, so.
But what is this problem you all are facing? Because every time, first time when it asks, you are declining the permission. That is a problem you all are facing. So what you all can do is, now it's okay, fine. But immediately after this conference, you uninstall Zoom app and install it again. This is for everyone who are going to present in the upcoming days. You uninstall Zoom in your devices and install it again, and it will ask for permissions. Give all the permissions to Zoom. Then it will automatically work. You can test it before joining the conference. Maybe somewhere you have disabled or declined some permissions. That is why this problem is coming. Anyway, continue.
What is global warming? Global warming driven primarily by human activities such as burning fossil fuels and deforestation has led to determinal effects on our planet. These include rising temperature, melting polar ice caps, more frequent and several natural disaster disruptions to ecosystem and biodiversities, and threats to human health and livelihoods. Direct effect on ecosystem: rising temperatures, increasing in average global temperatures due to greenhouse gas emissions,
changing precipitation patterns, alterations in the frequency, intensity, and distribution of rainfall and snowfall, sea level rise, results of thermal expansion of sweater and melting of glacier and polar ice caps. Human activities and ecosystem impacts, deforestation, urbanization, and pollution. Deforestation refers to the large-scale clearing of forests, primarily for agricultural expansions, logging, and urbanization. This practice has significant environmental consequences, including habitat destruction, loss of biodiversities, disruptions of ecosystem services, such as carbon emissions and water cycle regulation, and increased greenhouse gases emissions. Mitigation and adaptation strategies. Renewable energy derives from natural resources that are refilled on a human timescale, such as sunlight, wind, and water. Conservation efforts, action aimed to preserving and protecting ecosystems, species, and natural resources. Policy initiatives, governmental regulation, laws, and programs designed to address environmental issues and promote sustainability. Mitigation strategies for addressing global warming typically focus on reducing greenhouse gas emissions through measures such as transitions and renewable energy sources. And adaptation strategies, on the other hand, involves adjusting to the impact of climate change that are already occurring on expecting to occur in the future. Findings: changes in species distribution. Study shows that a temperature rise, many species are shifting their distribution patterns to higher latitudes and altitudes in search of suitable habitats. This phenomenon is being caused by global warming. Phenological changes. Research indicates that the timing of natural occurrence, including migration and breathing, is being affected by global warming. Ecological interaction may be upset by these phenological changes, which may be domino effects on ecosystems. Increased frequency of extreme weather events. As a result of global warming, there has been an increase in both of frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, including heat wave, droughts, floods, and storms. Significant harm of ecosystems such as habitat destruction and biodiversity loss can result from this occurrence. Results: shift in species ranges. The changing geographical changes of numerous species are a result of global warming, and these changes have sustained impact on ecosystem dynamics and biodiversity's conservation initiatives. Alternate phenological. In response to rising temperature, variation in the timing of seasonal impact events, including breedings, migration, and flowering, have been reporting across a range of taxa, and these changes have an effect on species interaction and overall functioning of ecosystems. Extreme weather events, wind spread or ecological disruption and habitat loss have resulted from an increase in frequency and intensity of extreme weather events such as heat waves, droughts, floods, and storms. Conclusion. In conclusion, the effects of global warming on ecosystem are profound, are far-reaching, with rising temperatures, changing precipitation patterns, and sea level rise position significant challenges to biodiversity and ecological balance. Human activities such as deforestation, urbanization, and pollution further lessen this impact, threatening the health and stability of ecosystem worldwide. Thank you.
Can go to first slide, ma'am. And zoom it because your screen size is very small. Or you can put in, landscape mode. Maybe you have enabled auto rotation lock in your mobile, I think. Now you can make it full screen or put in slideshow mode. The first slide, title slide. Then click on the slideshow icon there on the top. Go to first slide. Try switching on video. Okay, you can stop sharing and switch on your video.
Okay, sir.
Is your video on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And congratulations. Wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
We'll move on to our next presenter. In the meanwhile, if any of the participants have any queries, kindly keep sharing in the chat box. We'll take it up later. Then next speaker, Divya. You also have to share your details in proper format. So if you don't follow the instructions properly, again, tomorrow there will be problem in generating certificates and all. So strictly follow the instructions as mentioned so that tomorrow you will not face any difficulty. Yeah, Divya, you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Okay. Can I audible, sir?
You are audible, huh? You switch on your video also.
Okay, sir.
Have you switched on your video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now start your PPT.
Sir.
See, just in case, you also, when you are presenting, you also take screenshot, possible.
Okay, okay, I will take, sir.
Because sometimes our team, even if I miss or our team misses it, you will have, because sometimes you are having difficulty in sharing your video, everything once at a time.
Sir, I can share my. A second, sir.
Have you opened your PPT?
No, I can't share, sir.
What's the
I
problem you're facing?
am first time using Zoom, sir. I before using a Google Meet, so I can.
You have to check it, Nama, before you have a lot of time now. Before starting the conference itself, you have to try with your friends or family members, install Zoom in that device also. You have to practice that.
Yes,
You
sir.
will lose the opportunity now. Now, how you will present without PPT? Do you have a hard copy?
I have another phone, so
You use that. In this phone, you switch on video. In that
okay.
phone, you share PPT from that thing. Yeah, if you have 2-3 devices, you can do that also. See, nowadays, generations are very fast. You are better than us, younger. You have lots of technology at your hands.
Am I visible, sir?
But again, it's off.
Okay.
So you are sharing from other device?
No, this device. Sir, I can share. If I will present, sir, please.
No, if you can present it.
Okay, thank you, sir. My name is Divya. I'm from Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit. I am an MSW student. My topic is Women Empowerment through Haritha Karma Sena, the role of women in solid waste management. In recent years, the concept of women empowerment has gained significant attention and recognition worldwide. Empowering women is not only a matter of gender equality, but also a crucial step towards sustainable development and the achievement of global goals. One area where women have been making remarkable strides is in the field of solid waste management. Haritha Karma Sena, a pioneering waste management initiative, has empowered women with a steady income source. As a part of state's poverty alleviation mission, women are turning environmental caretakers, collecting non-biodegradable waste from households and transforming it into a source of income through recycling. Solid waste management is a pressing issue faced by communities globally, with rapid urbanization and population growth make worse the problem. Women empowerment involves enabling women to the powerful in facing their challenges and making choices for themselves. However, initiatives like Kudumbasri in Kerala have worked towards women's empowerment, providing them with a social and economic parity. Kudumbasri operates under the Kerala State Poverty Eradication Mission, empowering women through various measures such as poverty alleviation and financial inclusion. By empowering women, such initiatives contribute to the overall sustainable growth of society. Kudumbasri's efforts extend beyond individual empowerment to fostering social change and equality for women. The Kudumbasri mission is collaborating with the Haritha Kerala mission, Shujitha mission and Clean Kerala Company to achieve a garbage-free Kerala. Local bodies have the authority to select the members for the Haritha Karma Sena. Most of the members of Haritha Karma Sena is Kudumbasri members. The Haritha Karma Sena collect non-biodegradable waste from houses and other establishments to shredding units for recycling. According to the mission, the shredded plastic is being given to the local bodies for road tarring by Clean Kerala Company. Each Haritha Karma Sena member will visit minimum 250 houses to collect non-biodegradable waste. The collection will be based on user fee. The manufacture of environment-friendly materials, maintenance of waste disposal mechanism, organic farming, environment-friendly equipment on rent, and compost making and associated works will taken up by Haritha Karma Sena members. Harita Karmasena empowers women in several ways: economic empowerment, skill development, leadership opportunities, community engagement, and environmental stewardship. Role of Harita Karmasena members in solid waste management. Waste collection. They are involved in collection of solid waste from households, commercial establishments, and public spaces. Next, segregation. Harita Karmasena members segregate the collected waste into different categories such as biodegradable and non-biodegradable, recyclable, and hazardous materials. Composting. They promote composting of biodegradable waste by setting up composting unit at community level or individual households. This helps in converting organic waste into nutrient-rich compost, which can be used in gardening and agriculture. Recycling. Members facilitate the recycling of recyclable materials such as papers, plastic, glass, and metal. They ensure that these materials are sorted, cleaned, and sent to recycling facilities. Next, awareness campaigns. Harita Karmasena conduct awareness campaigns and educational programs to educate the community about the importance of waste segregation, composting, and recycling. They also promote the reduction of waste generation through sustainable practices. Next is cleanup drives. They organize and participate in cleanup drives to remove litter and debris from public spaces, beaches, riversides, and other areas. This helps in maintaining cleanliness and preventing environmental pollution. In conclusion, Harita Karmasena exemplifies the power of women empowerment through active participation in solid waste management initiatives. By engaging in activities such as waste collection, segregation, composting, recycling, and awareness campaigns, women members of Harita Karmasena not only contribute to environmental sustainability but also enhance their own economic opportunities, skill development, leadership roles, and sense of environmental stewardship. Through their dedicated efforts, these women demonstrate how grassroots movements can lead to tangible positive changes in communities while empowering individuals to become agents of change in creating a cleaner and greener future. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ma. You have to share your details in chat box.
Sir, I can send messages from chat box.
You can't send.
I can send. Oh, when I try to send message, that is not sending to you.
No, you have to select host. 3 SHHFI. Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, or you can select my name and send message.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
Or you can select host and you can send it.
Okay.
Because that will become part of the record. Otherwise, if sometimes, if you miss that details or record documentation, then tomorrow you'll face problem. That's okay. Congratulations. Wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll move on to next presenter. Pallavi. Pallavi, are you there? You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation, Mark.
Yes, sir.
First, you unmute yourself, start your video. One by one you do, so that we will also know whether it is working or not. You confirm with us. You start your video also now.
Sir, I don't have laptop.
If you don't have, again, it will be a problem. Which device you are using?
Yes, sir.
You are using mobile or laptop?
Sir, I'm using in mobile.
Then you have na camera in mobile.
Yes, sir.
Then why you are saying you don't have?
Sir, camera is not visible.
It's for your records only. Tomorrow, how we will know whether you have presented or someone else have presented?
Sir, my screen is not show.
You can increase the screen size. Maybe you also have that problem. You have locked the rotation.
Okay,
you unlock automatic rotation, auto rotation or terminology, whatever it is. Switch it off, ma.
Sir, my screen is visible.
Nowadays, even small babies are operating mobile very smoothly.
Sorry, sir.
They are very faster than us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can introduce yourself and start.
Okay, sir. Good evening. Myself, Pallavi, Department of Social Work, Central University of Himachal Pradesh. Today, I am going to present on topic climate change and how the affect environment. Introduction. Climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperature, precipitation pattern, and other climate variable causes mainly driven by the human activities such as burning fossil fuels, deforestation, and industrial consequences, rising temperature, extreme weather events, sea level rise, biodiversity loss, and disputation of ecosystem. Climate change, pressing global issue, refer to long-term shift in temperature and other condition and human activity, such as burning fossil fuel and deforestation. Its impact extends from rising sea level to extreme weather events. Impact on the environment. Global warming leads to the melting of polar ice caps and glacier, threatening sea levels and marine ecosystem. Change in precipitation pattern affect agriculture, water, resource, and food security. Increase frequency and intensity of extreme weather event result in flooding, wildfire, causing human and environment diversity. Change in the environment can have various impacts ranging from ecosystem and weather pattern to biodiversity and human health. These impacts can be both direct, like deforestation on population, and indirect, like change in climate leading to habits loss. How individuals can make difference. Reduce carbon footprint by conserving energy, using public transportation, and adopting sustainable practice. Support renewable energy source like solar and wind power. Advocate for environmentally friendly policy and engage in community initiative for climate action. conservation and restoration, promote sustainable and management practice to enhance carbon, isolate and soil health, protect and restore natural habitats including forest, wetlands and coral reefs to preserve biodiversity and mitigate climate change. Finding: reducing greenhouse gas emission, implementing policy and practice to reduce emission from industry, transportation, agriculture, and energy production, promoting renewable energy, investing in the renewable energy source like solar, wind, and hydroelectronic power to decrease reliance on fossil fuels, conservation and reforestation, protecting and restoring natural habitats, including forests and wetlands, which act as carbon sinks and biodiversity hotspot. Result: global impact. Climate change is a global issue that requires international cooperation of mitigate its effect, the adapt of the changing environment. Impact on agriculture: change in temperature and precipitation affect crops, yield, food security and agriculture practice, leading to economic losses and food shortage. Impact on agriculture: change in temperature and precipitation affect crops, add food security and agriculture practices, leading to economic losses and food shortage. Conclusion: climate change is one of the greatest challenges facing humanity and the environment. By working together and talking protective, ensure we can mitigate its impact and create a more sustainable future for all. Human activity like burning fossil fuel and deforestation to address it will need collective action and multiple fronts, including to renewable energy, promoting sustainable practice, protecting ecosystem and advocating for policy that mitigate greenhouse gas emission. Every individual action, to matter how small, can contribute to a healthier environment for future generation. Thank you, sir.
You can stop your presentation and start your video. Stop your presentation. Yeah, I will do it from my side. You just keep your video on. Is your video on?
Yes, sir. My video is on.
Okay, ma'am. Congratulations. Wishing you all the success.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Siddiq Hassan. Unmute yourself, start your video and presentation, ma'am. Start your video and presentation, ma'am. Siddiq. Can you hear me? Okay, then we'll move on to next presenter. He is not responding.
Hello.
Siddiq, start your video and presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Why you are taking so much time? Huh?
Sir, just a minute. I'm preparing. Taking my presentation. Just a minute, sir.
You all have to keep ready, keep it open. Huh? You have to be prepared, na?
Yeah, yes. Sorry, sir. Hello.
This must start your PPT, ma.
You can move to the next presentation. My laptop is not working.
So,
Sorry for the inconvenience.
so you present tomorrow, okay?
Yes, yes, sir. I'll be ready for tomorrow.
Aishwarya, are you there? You can raise your hand. You can unmute yourself, ma. Start your video. First, you unmute yourself. Start your video and then confirm with us and then start your PPT. Do one by one.
Okay, sir. Thank you, madam. Can you see, sir? Hello,
Ma.
sir.
Yes, ma. Please continue.
Okay. My name is Aishwarya P.S. Nath. I'm second year MSW student from Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit. Today I am presenting on the topic understanding the importance of infrastructure accessibility of school students with locomotor disabilities. Basically, locomotor disabilities means disability of the bones, joints, or muscles leading to substantial
substantial restrictions to movement of the limbs or any form of cerebral palsy, which is defined in Person with a Disability Act 1995. In Right of Person with Disabilities Act enacted in 2016 underscore the significance of accessibility in educational settings. However, despite the legal mandate, changes precise regarding the infrastructures to accommodation the needs of students with a locomotor disability. Ensuring accessibility in educational environment is essential for the promoting inclusivity and equal opportunity for all students, including those with locomotor disabilities. According to the United Nations 2011, accessibility refers of the extent to which something such as a building, environment, or technology can be easily accessed and used by people, especially those with the disability. It encompasses physical, sensory, and cognitive accessibility, ensuring the individuals of all abilities can navigate, interacted with, and benefits from various space, service, and resources. In the context of infrastructure, accessibility involving designing and constructing buildings, pathways, transportation system, and other facilities in the way that accommodated the needs of diverse users, including those with mobility changes, visual or hearing impairments, or other disabilities. This study is done in order to understand the experience, participations, and the changes faced by students in assessing educational facilities and participating in school activities. Next we go to objectives. The objectives of this study in to study the impact of infrastructure accessibility on the education experience and academic performance of school students with locomotor disabilities, considering the factors such as mobility limitations and social inclusion. Next, to identify the barriers and challenges encountered by the school students with the locomotor disabilities in accessing educational infrastructure in encompassing physical, institutional, and attitudinal obstacles. To propose recommendations for the improvement based on the findings of enhanced accessibility and inclusivity. Next is methodology. For this study, I have used the secondary data. Through the secondary data, I have referred to a diverse range of articles, research papers, and report from the both Indian and international contexts. Through this, I could understand the previous research finding, theoretical frameworks, and key concepts that are relevant to the study. Next, finding and discussion. The various findings that I go through this study are giving below. It was to understand that the various educational institutions lack essential physical essential physical accessibility features such as ramps, elevators, and accessible restrooms. When these features are absent, it could affected the mobility and independence of the students with a locomotor disability. The absence can make it difficult for these students to access basic facilities such as classroom, restroom, and other location, making them feel like excluded. This cannot this cannot just make them get no access to physical resources, but affected in a bordered way, like academic performance, social interactions. Sorry, sir, social integrations, and overall the well-being. This should be okay. These should be revisions of policies and infrastructure deficiency should be addressed, and promoting inclusive and attitudes so that educational institutions can better support the diverse needs of students with locomotor disabilities and create opportunities for their full opportunity, creating for their full participations and success. In a study, the infrastructure assessment relieved that there were the physical barriers present, such as stairs, narrow doorways, a lack of ramp, and inaccessible restrooms that affected the mobility and independence of the students with locomotor disability with the educational settings. Next, conclusion. There is an absence of infrastructural accessibility for school students with a locomotor disability. There should be a consider for students with a locomotor disability. In order to have a good academic development, schooling became important for an individual. So that students with the locomotor disability also should have access to education. For this, there should be infrastructural development. A collaboration with the various stakeholders, government and non-governmental organizations, and various agencies should help achieve a supportive and disability-friendly school environment. This study holds significance in the contemporary context, as it's not only confidence to the inclusions and well-being of persons with a disability, but also align with the Sustainable Development Goals agenda, which ensure equal opportunity to persons with a disability, such as Goal 4, quality education. This goal emphasizes inclusive and equitable educations for all, including persons with disabilities. It aims to ensure that the schools are accessible and provide appropriate support for students with diverse needs. Goal 9. Industry, innovations, and infrastructure. In the perspective of education, the goal focused on building proper infrastructure and promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization, particularly in school. It highlighted the importance of creating accessible learning environments and ensuring that the school facilities are designed to accommodated students with disabilities. Combining all these factors, the study on understanding the importance of the infrastructure accessibility for school students with locomotor disability hold significance. These are my reference. Thank you, sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah, you can switch on your video, ma'am. We'll take screenshot. Is your video on, ma'am? You are muted. Unmute yourself.
On, sir. Video is on. Camera is on.
Okay, ma'am. Congratulations. Wish you all the success. See, what you all are facing is, the problem is you have not given permissions to Zoom. That is the problem you all are facing. So while what you do is, okay, now whoever has presented, it's fine. But tomorrow onwards, you need to enable video also along with your presentation. So what you have to do is, you first uninstall Zoom and reinstall it. You restart your phone, reboot your phone, then you again freshly install Zoom. Then you give all permissions. While installing whatever permissions it is asking, you give it. And then you open Zoom and it will ask for email, name, and in that name you give full name. As you are registering, you give your full name and email ID and then open the Zoom. It will again ask, if it is asking, you start your audio, you start your video camera in that, and you also test share screen. In a similar way, you also do in other device. Whether it may be, if you are in hostels, you can try with other friends' device, or if you are at home, try with other family member or friend's device, and see whatever permissions it is asking, you give it. Sometimes, if you don't give certain permissions, like enabling camera or mic, this problem will come. So you try it before joining the conference. This is very simple problem, and most of the time what we are observing is, you have to do practice at least 1 or 2 times. You present to yourself, you read it. Some people are having problem in pronunciation pronunciation of words. If you practice 1 or 2 times, you will be easily able to pronounce. So that shows that you have not even practiced once also. So try to, practice it 1 or 2 times, if possible as many times, till you are comfortable, and check for all the settings in your mobile. Today we are allowing, but tomorrow we will not allow without video. We have already mentioned in the instructions. You Google it tomorrow and try to fix that problem. Even I saw that is due to permissions issue in your device. Even I checked in my mobile, it is working. But only problem is within your device, you did not give permissions. Like we have seen now, auto screen rotate is disabled in some devices. So there are a lot of settings in your devices. So kindly be familiar with these devices and the software. As this, we have informed you quite long back. So at least now you can try it and fix it, those who are going to present from tomorrow. So anyway, congratulations. So next, who else is there? Badra, are you there? You can raise your hand. Badra VS. Okay. Anyone else would like to present? And those who had some technical issues today, have you fixed those issues? Now, are you ready for presentation? You can let me know. Yeah, Jyotish, you can unmute yourself, start your video, audio and presentation. First do one by one.
Okay. Sir, can you audible?
Yeah, you are audible. You start your video.
Sir, can you see me?
Now share your PPT.
Okay, sir. Hello, sir. Can you see my PPT? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay, sir. I'm Jyotish from Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kerala, and I'm studying my Master of Social Work and fourth semester. And then this is my profile. And
But your slides are not moving, still in title slide.
I'm just give an introduction about the perceived social support. That means how to receive the support. The women's how to they receive supports and how to collect and how to check their support. Then the importance of studying perceived social support and well-being among women athletes. First, the understanding unique challenges. Women athletes face unique challenges such as gender stereotypes, societal pressure, and limited access to resources. Then the promoting gender equity, studying perceived social support and well-being helps in identifying gender disparities and promoting equality in sports. Enhancing performance. Perceived social support influences athletes' performance outcomes by enhancing psychological resilience and coping mechanisms. Then protecting mental health. Social support serves as a protective factor against mental health challenges like stress, anxiety, and depression. Building supportive environment. Research informs interventions and policies to create a supportive environments within sports organizations and teams. Then brief overview of the significance of women in sports. Increased participation. The women participation in sports has grown significantly over the years, contributing to greater inclusion.
Your voice is breaking, Ma. Think some network issue at your end.
Hello?
Hi, your voice is breaking now.
Can you hear me?
Same problem again.
Okay, role models. Sorry, no.
You switch off your video. Anyway, I think it's off only now.
Okay.
You connect to Wi-Fi or something. If you have anything, better internet.
And role models, sir, clearly audible?
Still disturbance is there.
Hello, sir.
Now it's better. Continue.
Okay. Role models. Women athletes serve as role models for young girls, inspiring them to pursue their athletic dreams and make barriers in sports. Then health benefits. Participation in sports offers numerous health benefits for women, including improved physical fitness, reduced risk of chronic diseases, and enhanced the mental well-being. Now, the importance of social support in promoting well-being among athletes. Psychological resilience. Social support fosters psychological resilience by providing athletes with emotional validation, encouragement, and coping strategies during challenging times. Then the stress reduction. Supportive relationship help athletes manage stress more effectively, reducing the risk of burnout and enhancing overall well-being. Then the motivation and confidence. Social support network boosts athletes' motivations and confidence, helping them overcome setbacks and achieve their goals. Then team cohesion. Strong social support within team promotes cohesion, trust, and collaboration, leading to better performance and satisfaction among athletes. Now to move the definitions of personal social support. The definition: personal social support refers to the subjective perceptions an individual has regarding the availability and advocacy of support from their social network in times of need or stress. Then the subjective perception, it emphasizes the individual subjective assessment of the support available to them rather than the objective presence of support. Emotional validation. Perceived social support includes emotional validation, where individuals feel understood, cared for, and accepted by others in their social circle, comfort and security. It provides individuals with a sense of comfort and security, knowing that they have people they can turn to for assistance and encouragement. Now, the different types of social support. First one is emotional support. Emotional support involves the provisions of empathy, understanding and encouragement to help individual cope with their emotions and stresses. The next one is an instrumental support. Instrumental support refers to the tangible assistance and resources provided by others to address practical needs such as financial assistance, transportations, or child care. The next one is informational support. Informational support involves the provisions of advice, guidance, and information to help individuals make informed decisions or solve problems effectively. Appraisal support. Appraisal support involves feedback, affirmations, and constructive criticism from others, helping individuals evaluate their situations and develop coping strategies. Now, the understanding well-being in the context of athletes. Definition of first we move to definitions of well-being. Well-being refers to as state of optimal physical, psychological, and social functioning and encompasses aspects such as happiness, fulfillment, and satisfaction with life. Then holistic perspective. Well-being in athletics is not solely determined by their athletic performance, but also by their overall quality of life, including their physical health, mental well-being, and social relationship. Balance and harmony. Athletes achieve well-being when there is a balance and harmony between their physical, psychological, and social dimensions, allowing them to thrive both on and off the field. Importance of well-being. Well-being is essential for athletes' long-term success as it impacts their performance, resilience, and ability to cope with the demands and challenges of their sport. Now, the factors influencing athlete well-being. The first one is physical factors. Physical well-being is influenced by factors such as fitness level, nutrition, rest, and injury prevention. Athletes need to maintain optimal physical health to perform at their best and prevent injuries. The next one is psychological factors. Psychological well-being involves aspects such as mental health, emotional resilience, motivations, and self-confidence. Psychological factors greatly influence athletes' performance and overall quality of life. The third one is social factors. So, social well-being is influenced by the quality of athletes' social relationships, support networks, and sense of belonging within their team and community. Positive social connections contribute to athletes' overall well-being and satisfaction with their athletic pursuits. The next one is interconnectedness. These factors are interconnected and mutually influence each other. For example, physical injuries can impact athletes' psychological well-being, while strong social support can enhance their ability to cope with challenges and setbacks. Explorations of the relationship between pursued social support and athlete well-being. Understanding pursued social support. Pursued social support refers to an individual subjective perceptions of the availability and advocacy of support from their social network in times of need or stress. Next one is importance of social support for athletes. Support plays a crucial role in promoting athlete well-being by providing emotional validation, instrumental assistance, and informational guidance during challenging times. Next one is research findings. Numerous studies have found a positive correlation between pursued social support and athlete well-being, indicators that athletes who perceive higher levels of support tend to experience greater levels of well-being. Mechanisms of influence. Pursued social support influences athlete well-being through various mechanisms, including stress buffering, enhancing coping strategies, fostering a sense of belonging, and promoting positive social interactions. Then the impact on mental health. Pursued social support has a significant impact on athletes' mental health, influencing their resilience, stress management, and overall psychological well-being. Influence on performances. The relation between pursued social support and athlete well-being extends to performance outcomes, as athletes who feel supported are more likely to perform at their best and sustain long-term success in their sport. Mediating factors. Factors such as team cohesion, coach-athlete relationships, and organizational support can mediate the relationship between perceived social support and athlete well-being, highlighting the importance of supportive sports environment. Then the implications of practice. Understanding the relationship between pursued social support and athlete well-being has implications for practice, including the development of interventions and policies aimed at fostering supportive team cultures, promoting mental health awareness, and enhancing athlete welfare. Hello? Hello, sir?
You can close your PPT. Stop sharing.
Okay, sir.
Okay, congratulations. Next time onwards, you do some practice beforehand and try to check all your settings.
Okay, sir.
Prepared.
Okay, okay.
It's like going to war and not prepared, you will be shot in the very first sight.
Okay, sir. Sorry for my mistake, sir.
You have to be prepared.
Okay, okay. Sure, sir.
Okay, ma. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
We'll move on to next presenter. You can stop your video and mute
Okay.
yourself. Yeah, Bhadra, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, sir.
Start your video on PPT.
Sir.
Start your PPT, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Sir, is the screen visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
Waiting. Sir, is the screen visible?
No, ma'am.
Sir, now visible?
Are you sharing? It is not visible here, ma'am. You have to share, click on share screen. Now it's coming. You can see your screen. You open PPT.
Okay, sir, is it visible now?
Now it's visible. Now you can continue.
Okay, sir. My topic is role of informal scrap dealers in solid waste management of Kerala. I'm a student from Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit. And coming to the introduction, we all know that the Kerala state has implementing various solid waste management schemes in urban areas through the KSWMP, that is Kerala Solid Waste Management Project, with the help of urban local bodies in Kerala. There are many ground level workers for fulfilling the aim of the project, such as Harita Karma Sena members. They are popularly known as the Green Army, municipality and corporation workers, and they collect waste, segregate them at source, and recycle or reduce the intensity of the waste. These workers are considered as the volunteers of the government of Kerala because they are authorized or registered under the government of Kerala guidelines, and they are helping the state to overcome the issue related to solid waste. Therefore, since they are the organized sector, they get proper training and guidelines for working. They get health insurance schemes. They are aware about the classification and toxicity of each kind of waste, and also they have the right to working in a healthy environment. If they deny any kind of rights, they can report it into the authorities and achieve their rights because of their organized sectors. Then coming to the informal sectors, the informal sector may refer to individuals, families, and private sector enterprises working in solid waste management services whose activities are not organized, sponsored, financed, contracted, recognized, managed, taxed, or reported upon by government authorities. Like the organized sectors, there are also plenty of these informal waste settings, including the scrap dealers in private sectors. For approving the license of the unit, that is, for approving the license of the scrap dealer unit, the Kerala State Pollution Control Board has implemented certain rules and regulations such as infrastructure, fire extinguisher, first aid tools, personal protective equipment, that is PPE kits, healthy working environment,
facilities for waste segregation, etc. Most of them are working in a single room with full of all kind of waste without segregating. Since most of these informal settings can't meet the guidelines and instructions by the government, they are working without proper license and they didn't get their rights such as insurance, health, safety, healthy working environment, etc. because they are unauthorized or they do not have any license. Then coming to the objective, my general objectives are the role of informal scrap dealers in solid waste management of Kerala. The specific objectives are the facilities of informal scrap dealers. What are the facilities of informal scrap dealers? The way of the scrap dealers dealing the waste in the scrap dealer unit. Challenges faced by the informal scrap dealers in the field of solid waste management. Then the methodology I used here is the research design is a quantitative research design, and I collected data through surveys and questionnaires. The method of sampling is the random sampling method, and the sample is, and my sample is the private scrap dealer units who actively participate in the solid waste management initiatives. Then coming to my findings and findings, there are some guidelines by Kerala State Pollution Control Board for providing the license for every private scrap dealer units. The criteria are regarding the building, its doors, the mode of collection of waste, type of waste, that is e-waste, biodegradable waste, non-biodegradable waste, the facilities of the unit, training provided by the authority or training given to the workers of the unit, etc. Most of the private scrap dealer units are unable to meet the guidelines because they are unaware. Sometimes they are unaware of these guidelines and sometimes they face a lack of financial support, and therefore they are remaining unregistered or unauthorized by the government. This will affect their lives, such as lack of health insurance, lack of proper facilities, and low chances for loans and subsidies that can hinder them from the development. The informal sector is often not officially approved, recognized, and acknowledged, besides the fact that they potentially contribute to waste recycling practices by collecting, sorting, and processing, storing, and trading waste materials in the recycling value chain. Even though they are not recognized by the government, they are reducing the environmental and economic burden of the urban local bodies by collecting the waste from various places and households. Then the informal sector is the backbone of the recycling industry and contributing a lot in terms of environmental sustainability and circular economy. It also enormously contributes in reducing the economic burden of urban local bodies. The informal sector also they have a more a chance to accidents because they are lives in close proximity to dump sites and works under unhygienic and unhealthy conditions. Due to this, they may have the chances to health issues, accidents, hazardous accidents, etc. Waste pickers are potentially exposed to a wide range of occupational hazards, and they are most of them are unaware of the seriousness of their job too. So they need to be addressed positively and their concerns must be addressed properly. On coming to the conclusion, my purpose, the purpose of my study was to address the role of informal sectors of waste management, such as private scrap dealer units in Kerala. They're facing a lot of problems due to lack of money, lack of facilities, lack of awareness, and that is why they remain unauthorized. The government must take specific actions for the empowerment of the private scrap dealer units who have no license and would help them to become recognized and authorized. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, ma'am. You can stop sharing and start your video.
Okay, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Congratulations. Wishing you all the success. Very well presented. Yeah, Arun Sebastian. Do you have any presentation? Just a second, let's check. Okay, now you can unmute yourself, start your video and then presentation.
Hello, sir.
Can
you speak?
Yes, ma'am. Start your PPT.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Hello.
Continue.
Hello everyone. My name is Arun. I'm student from Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit. I'm doing MSW in fourth semester. First of all, I thank you, sir, for giving an opportunity to present a platform like this. My topic is occupational health hazards of women workers in Kerala, rubber plantations. We're going to introduction. Kerala rubber plantation industry is a significant contributor to the state economy, employing a diverse workforce, including substantial number of women. However, the working condition in this plantation pose numerous occupational hazards, particularly for women workers. This study explores strategies such as health and safety training. Healthcare as a socioeconomic support policy advocacy to improve their well-being. Understanding the gender dynamics inherent in these hazards is crucial for developing effective intervention and policies. This study aims to explore the occupational hazards faced by women in Kerala rubber plantations and analyze their gender dimensions. By doing so, it seeks to inform the efforts to improve the working condition and promote gender equity in industry. I use the methodology like that. The study employs methodology-centered secondary readings encompassing various research paper, academic articles, and case studies. Systematic review of academic database such as Justers and Direct Google Scholar was conducted to identify relevant studies and published in a peer-reviewed journal and reputable sources. The reports and publications on occupational hazards of plantation workers, socioeconomic condition of plantation workers, Plantation Labours Act was enacted in 1951, published by government agencies, environmental organizations, and non-profit entities, are analyzed specifically address the women workers in Kerala context. The collected secondary data were subjected to content analyzed to identify recurring themes, patterns, and key findings related to the occupational health hazard of women workers in rubber plantations in Kerala. The objective of the study is to assess the type of prevalence of occupational health hazards faced by women workers in Kerala rubber plantations, and to explore the socio-cultural factors and gender dynamics influencing women's vulnerability to occupational health hazards in rubber industry, and to examine the impact of occupational health hazards on well-being and empowerment of women workers in Kerala context. And next, to purpose recommendation for enhancing occupational health and safety measures, promoting gender equity and empowering women workers in Kerala rubber plantations. The Kerala accounts for 90% of production of natural rubber in the country, and also state account for the 78% of area under the cultivation in the country. The plantation agriculture forms the backbone of agriculture in Kerala and provide livelihood for lakhs of people in Kerala. The rubber farming is physically demanding occupation. In fact, most number of farmers are also exposed to ergonomic hazards, since their job entails repetitive body movements with elbow, shoulder, wrist, neck, back, waist, and knees, as well as the substitutional lifting, walking, and the use of manual equipments that affect the musculoskeletal health. Moreover, the critical injuries or accidents at work may occur during the rubber working process. The women perform dual jobs, that is domestic front as well as economic front. Her additional role as a working woman throws many challenges, along with her primary challenges of household. Both these roles make demand on her time and energy. After full days of work with the employer, she has to do another shift at her home. These affect their health in the absence of proper infrastructure for supply of these needs. In plantation, most of the workers are staying in lanes. The cottages, others staying plains and cottages, others staying in their own houses. Life in lanes make them vulnerable. There is no privacy and safety in their safety in their wages are low and they had to face exploitation, discrimination. There's a threat from wild animals in that area. The area of plantations are ecologically fragile. The wild animals like elephant, wild boars attack on the cottages and rubber trees. And the surrounding are landsliding prone areas. The most common health complaints of rubber plantation workers reported in the present study were musculoskeletal. Almost 66% are facing these issues, and 31.2% are facing respiratory issues, and around 27% are facing dermatological issues, and 23% of people are facing workers are facing ophthalmological disorders. Hence, there is a need for a proper health and safety training for rubber plantation workers on workplace hazards and ergonomic to reduce work-related morbidities. Use of correct adequate personal protective device at rubber plantation needs to be stressed among these workers. Chemical exposure: when women workers in Kerala rubber plantation face health risk from exposure to pesticides and herbicides like endosulfan and paraquat, leading to respiratory issues, skin conditions, and increased cancer risk due to prolonged exposure exceeding safe limits. Musculoskeletal disorders: physically demanding tasks such as tapping and collecting lactose contribute to musculoskeletal disorder like back and neck pain, as well as repetitive strain injuries among female workers due to poor ergonomic condition and gender-specific tasks. Next, reproductive health issues. Female workers may experience menstrual irregularities, miscarriages risk, and birth defects due to pesticide exposure, compounded by limited access to healthcare and socioeconomic factors, necessitating intervention to address these health risks and effectively. To improve the occupational health hazard of women workers in our plantation, social worker can consider providing proper health and safety training on workplace hazards and ergonomics, and enhancing women workers access to healthcare and providing periodic health checkups, and addressing socioeconomic factor that influencing women's vulnerability to occupational health hazards. Next is advocating for policies and prioritizing the health and well-being of women workers, and promoting gender equity and social justice in the workplace. Improving the occupational hazard of women workers in rubber plantation necessity a multifaceted approach. This includes health and safety training, healthcare access, addressing socioeconomic factors, advocating for women-centric policies, and promoting gender equity. Social workers are vital advocates for women's rights and empowerment in the workplace. Conclusion one: the study highlights the significant occupational health hazards faced by women in Kerala's rubber industry, including the chemical exposure and the musculoskeletal disorders, socio-cultural factors, and the gender dynamics ascribed women vulnerability. Recommendation includes health and safety training, healthcare access, policy advocacy, promoting gender equity. Social workers are essential advocates for women's rights and well-being in the workplace. Addressing these challenges requires a multifaceted approaches, emphasizing training, healthcare, socioeconomic support, policy and advocacy, and gender equity promotion. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Wish you all the success. Anyone else waiting for their presentations? Okay, if there are no further presentations, then we will close it here. feedback form has been launched. We request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form and complete all details properly. Like we have seen, we also mentioned, you are just entering as a student and leaving it off field. Don't do that like that. We cannot issue certificates like that with improper data. Mention your course, subject, and all, and also properly mention your institute. When we are asking for place, don't mention it as India or some place and leave it. Enter properly. When you are taking so much time, why you are so negligent in filling that Google forms, or for that matter, feedback registration forms? They are application form like in your college and university. If you make mistake there, then you will have lots of problems in future. So take care while you are filling up the registration forms, feedback forms, because once certificates are generated or once certificates are issued, we cannot reissue them. So take some time. It will not take 1 minute more extra to complete all the fields. And those who have completed presentations today, you need to send your details along with your half page or full page summary, along with your photograph and PPT. If you have a full paper, you also need to enclose your full paper and also attach your resume, CV, biodata, profile, whichever it is. Always use doc format or PDF format with editable. You have OCR text format, because tomorrow when we have to prepare the proceedings, our team is preparing. If it is in some other format, they have to again type it all. So it should be in an easy format where we can use it. So ensure that, and while sending photos, send your passport photo. Don't send, we have seen some people are sending, casual photos, taking selfie, and somewhere at 90 degrees, 180 degrees, or 75 degrees. Don't do like that. You send your proper photo, like you are giving in your colleges, or at least if you are taking a new photo or taking a selfie or taking a photo in your mobile, see that background is plain, single color background, that to preferably any light or white color background, and take photo properly and send it. Do not delay completing your formalities. And those who could not present today and earlier days, you can present it in the coming days, but try to complete as early as possible. So before leaving the platform, kindly fill up the feedback form, which is mandatory. So see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock with the same joining link. Anyone who would like to make presentations can also even register and make presentations from tomorrow onwards. There is no last date for that, but avoid last day and try to complete your presentations as early as possible. So see you all tomorrow. Take care. Good night.